Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos Joint Town Council Parking Authority meeting of September 2nd, 2014. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Diane McNutt.
Here.
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Przinsky.
Here.
Vice Mayor Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Steve Leonardis.
Here. At this time, I'd like to remind those in attendance to please turn off your personal communication devices, cell phones, tablets, whatever you have that could interrupt the speakers during our meeting. I would like to, we start out our meeting by having one of our outstanding youth come forward to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And tonight we have Tristan Knowlton. Tristan, will you please come forward? I'll share with you all a few good words about Tristan. Tristan is a sixth grader at Fisher Middle School, and he's just going into sixth grade, but I think he was a straight A student at Van Meter all the way through fifth grade. Tristan plays lacrosse and is currently working towards a second-degree black belt. Impressive. Tristan is part of a small group called Storm, special team of role models through the Studio Kicks Martial Arts Studio. In this role, Tristan and his counterparts learn what it means to be a leader and a mentor to others. Tristan is looking forward to helping out at community events this year. Right now, he is working in a favorite teacher's classroom, and that teacher is Mrs. Maselli at Van Meter. So congratulations on that, Mrs. Maselli. Tristan loves science and hanging out with friends and playing video games. Let's give a big round of applause to Tristan. Please join us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Another round of applause for Tristan. Thank you for coming in tonight. Those of you who are standing in the doorway, I see about 4 or 5 seats up front here if you'd like to come take a seat. Moving on to our closed session report, we have none this evening. I'd like to remind those in attendance this evening, if you'd like to speak on any item not on the agenda during our verbal communications, please fill out a card and give it to the clerk. Moving on to council matters. Does any member of council have something they would like to share? Councilmember Przinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to report on a couple of meetings that I attended during the last 2 weeks since our last council meeting. August 21st, I chaired the Congestion Management Program and Planning Committee for the VTA. And on August 28th, I participated in the VTA Board of Directors meeting.
Thank you. I have a meeting that I attended on Wednesday, August 27th at the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors. I chaired the meeting, and it was a general business meeting. The discussion centered around business customers who are above their capacity limits and are being charged less than what they should be charged. So we were just trying to decide what to do about that. And that's all I have to report. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. Following the policy that 2 members of council can put something on a future agenda, I would like to place on the September 16th agenda with Councilmember Przinsky a consideration of the timing of the election of mayor and vice mayor, so that it would occur after the new council is seated and they would be electing their own leadership team.
All right. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. As part of the policy committee, I think I've lived a long time with this policy, so I had a couple questions of staff. I was under the impression that this provision of the policy came into play if the mayor refused to put an item on the agenda. So not having spoken with the mayor, I will go to the manager. Has the mayor refused to put this item on the agenda?
He has agreed to put the item on the agenda in October, while the request that went to the mayor was for the item to be scheduled in September.
And one more thing, Mr. Mayor. Since you have agreed to put the item on the agenda, it's my opinion that preparation of the agenda, subsection H, does not apply in this situation. And secondly, subsection H has actually two provisions. One, it's asking the mayor to put something on the agenda, and the other is determining when it goes on the agenda. Those are two different issues, and requesting a placement on the agenda is certainly in the power of two council members, but determining when it goes on the agenda is in the mayor's control. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spector. And I would also like to respond to Councilmember McNutt and Councilmember Brzezinski's request. Obviously tonight we have a full room. This is September 2nd. We have the North 40 hearing. Next week, which is the 16th, our only other meeting scheduled currently for September, we could have a potential of this hearing being continued. We have a previous item on Capri Drive. We have annexation of properties and definition of a neighborhood. And on the 7th of October, our meeting following that, we have cut-through traffic and the place for teens or the venue discussion. On the 21st of October, we have the alcohol and entertainment discussion tentatively scheduled. Our PD ordinance tentatively scheduled. On November 4th, we have our CVS pharmacy on Los Gatos Boulevard project, our Veterans Memorial, our complete streets, and potentially our housing element. And those are all working meetings between now and my final meeting as being the mayor. So the schedule is very full, but if Council Members Brzezinski and McNutt wish to remove some items from the agenda and put their item on, I guess we can do that. Although earlier in the year when Council adopted their strategic goals, this item was not a strategic goal. These other items I am mentioning are projects that have been strategic goals and have been on the agenda or on Council's purview for quite a long time. So that's why I'm trying to work with the schedule here for you guys and honor your request, but it's one of those things where I didn't see any opening, especially in the month of September, being the importance of this topic we are hearing tonight. So I will decide along with the town manager what the future agendas will look like, and we'll try to fit you in. Thank you. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. I believe that a couple of the items you mentioned will probably be considered as consent, and I didn't envision this particular proposal as something very onerous, probably 10, 15 minutes at most. It's just a procedural issue, and that's why the concern was brought to your attention, and why, if we're going to actually have an opportunity to enact this within this current council series, it would behoove us to move this to the agenda with sufficient time to enact, evaluate, and then act on this. So it was not considered to be, at least as far as I'm concerned, something that was going to be a very significant and lengthy discussion on the council's part.
Vice Mayor.
I have a question for Mr. Larson and/or Mr. Schultz. As I read the policy, it indicates that two members of the council can place something on the agenda on a future agenda. It doesn't say anything about designating a particular date. Am I correct?
That is correct, and this clause has not been exercised in my tenure with the town.
Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you. Just the final word. When we brought this idea forward in early August, the thought was meeting in September so that should the council decide to make this procedural change, it would open up another meeting on November 18th for a working session. Right now it's scheduled just for ceremonial, which would help to cover some of those agenda items that you listed. So clearly, we're not going to take anything off. As Mr. Brzezinski said, this is a very short item. We've already spent so much time talking about it tonight, more than I think than we would when we're actually considering the questions. So if we don't have the ability to put it on a specific agenda, then we'll just live with whatever the mayor wants to do. But I would hope that that would be agendized while I still am in office and have a chance to vote on it.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments, and we'll see what we can do. All right, moving on to manager matters.
Two items under manager matters. First, we are now recruiting for boards and commissions. As of the end of this week, virtually every board or commission that the council appoints will have appointments to make at your final meeting of the calendar year. Interviews will be held that night. So I encourage all residents who are interested in serving on any town commission, from the Planning Commission to Transportation and Parking to Senior and Cultural Community Services and Arts and Culture, to go to the town clerk website at the end of this week and obtain information on the commissions and to apply. In addition, I did want to announce, as we've tried to announce today to council and to the public, that the Hillbrook EIR and conditional use permit modification hearing that had been scheduled for Planning Commission on September 10th has been postponed for public noticing purposes to the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting on September 24th. So that item will not be heard next week on the 10th, but will be heard on September 24th before the full Planning Commission. That concludes staff report. We now move to Did You Know? And tonight's Did You Know is appropriately timed for Safe Routes to School. And I would like to introduce Administrative Sergeant J.R. Langer to present tonight's Did You Know?
Thank you, Town Manager. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor. So Did You Know? Safe Routes to School program. It's an international program. It began in Denmark in 1970 and moved to the United States to New Jersey in 1997 with the first funded program.
Mr. Langer, could you speak more directly into the microphone?
That's better.
Thank you.
All right. It moved to New Jersey in 1997 with the first funded program. And then in 1998, it came to California to the county of Marin and the city of Marin, where it began a pilot program there with another agency. Safe Routes to School promotes safety, health, community, and choice for school-age children and helps them make decisions and awareness of the safe way to go to school and to walk or bike. It's supported by the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department and the Los Gatos Parks and Public Works Department, as well as I just want to comment that recently the Transportation and Parking Commission has shown a renewed interest in Safe Routes to School and has joined in our discussions this year. Safe Routes to School makes walking and biking to school fun, healthy, safer, and more accessible. The representatives from the local schools meet once a month during the school year to discuss hot spots, items for the newsletters, to plan events to promote walking and biking to school. They've identified needs for increased crossing guards in different locations, for increased lane markings or to fix lane markings that have evaporated over time, and to indicate where sidewalks would be better placed or put in for kids to be able to get to school in a safer manner. Safe Routes to School benefits the town of Los Gatos by enhancing children's health and well-being. It eases traffic congestion and improves our air quality near our schools. The program also makes our school kids more aware of the safe methods to walk and ride to school. Safe Routes to School is led by the Traffic Safe Communities Network and the Santa Clara County Public Health Department, and supported by the Los Gatos and Montesino Police Department and the Parks and Public Works Department of Los Gatos, and has been awarded grant funding since 2011. September 8th through 12th is the 2014 is the International Walk and Bike to School Week. It's called Walk and Roll here in Los Gatos. Each year, over 23,000 students in Santa Clara County join schools across the globe and participate in this week-long celebration. Thanks to the support of our local businesses, coupons for a free slice of pizza are given to youth who are wearing their helmet as a positive reinforcement to traffic safety. We've also promoted other rewards to kids such as Slurpee coupons and ice cream coupons. For more information regarding safe routes to school, more information can be found at nextdoor.com, the town's website, or you can contact Officer Catherine Mann at phone number 408-354-6848, or go to www.losgatosca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langer. And Mr. Manager, before we move on to consent calendar, I would like to ask you if there's anything we can do to help the people who are standing in the lobby. I know it will probably be a long meeting this evening, and
There are a few seats available up front, and I would ask staff to give up some of their seats on the bench over here so the public can sit, please.
moving on to our consent calendar.
There are some seats up here. And Mr. Mayor, before moving to consent, one item has been removed from the consent calendar, and that is item number 3. The council received an addendum on Friday where the request to use the Civic Center lawn for the 12th annual Magical Glass Pumpkin Patch to benefit the Los Gatos High School, that request has been rescinded because accommodations have been made during the high school construction to accommodate that festival.
Thank you. So moving on to our consent calendar, does any member of council wish to pull an item from the calendar? Seeing none, does any member of the public wish to pull an item from our consent calendar this evening? I see none, so I'll look to council for a motion on the consent calendar. Vice Mayor?
I will move adoption of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 9 with the exception of 3, which has been removed.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, none. It passes unanimously. Moving on to verbal communications. We'd like to remind those in attendance, if you wanted to speak on any item not on the agenda, to fill out one of these speaker cards. And I just have one, and that first speaker will be John Shepherdson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I actually am kind of going to echo and support the prior gentleman's talk about safe routes for schools. And my idea is how we can make Los Gatos more awesome and more safe is with our bike lanes, if we stripe them, or not stripe, but actually lay down green paint. They do it in San Jose, they do it in Portland, and I've sent some material to the council. The information is that it really sends a message to drivers that that's an area where bikers are, and it seems to work. So the if we could move to the, and this is in Minneapolis. They've just, you know, again, the green bike lane, if we could, and this is a diagram that I got from them, and it's just kind of laying out the green colored bike lane to the right, and if we can go forward. So this is from Palo Alto press release. The advantage of green bike lanes is that they clearly define the roadway space that motorists need to dedicate to bicyclists, and the bicyclists are guided properly to where they need to ride. This is a chief transportation official. Again, this is from a Mercury News article. Bicycle Crazing Portland, Oregon has colorized bike lanes at numerous locations and concluded that such improvements lead to better driver behavior and make bicyclists feel safer. A report found that 90% of motorists now yield to bicyclists compared to 72%. So we can make our roadways safer for our bicyclists. and perhaps more significantly, 87% of drivers now slow down compared to 71% before. Since San Francisco installed green lanes on Fell Street, there has been a 40% reduction in the number of cars that block the bike lane. This is a picture of Los Gatos Saratoga Road going up to Los Gatos Boulevard, and there's the you see the bike lane there to the right. And the next one. So we photoshopped in the green. It makes, you can see the visual impact that that it sends to the drivers, as well as clearly identifying for the bikers that that is their space. So to sum up, traffic, in my humble opinion, is the #1 threat to our quality of life in Los Gatos. There's all kinds of things we can do about traffic. I'm not saying that this is going to solve it, but if we can encourage biking by our business people and our students, we can reduce the number of cars. And it's consistent with the town. We have Green Mountains. We have 2 big bike shops. We have the Cat's Hill ride as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Mr. Manager.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson, for the information presented tonight and sent in previously. The council has adopted complete streets as one of your strategic goals for this 2-year cycle, as reflected on the strategic goals chart over to the council's left. And the mayor is working to schedule that first policy direction from the council for either the last meeting in October or the first meeting in November. And that's what staff, and one of the issues that will be discussed at that time is staff recommendation and council direction on where it's appropriate and the priorities for green bike lanes should the council choose to proceed in that direction. So that is scheduled for October or November, pending other items.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards, so we'll move on to other business. And our first item is adopting the resolution authorizing submittal of the draft housing element to the California Housing and Community Development Department for its 60-day review. And our staff report will be provided by Laura Provetti, our CDD director.
Thank you very much. The item before you represents the good work of the Housing Element Advisory Board, who reached a key milestone earlier last month. Essentially, we are ready to transmit our draft housing element to the State Department of Housing and Community Development to initiate its 60-day review. Once we receive their comments, staff will be making any needed changes, reconvening the Housing Element Advisory Board as appropriate, and then conducting public hearings before the Planning Commission and Town Council. So this evening is not the public hearing for the housing element, rather just the transmittal. We are, of course, open to any council comments at this point, but you will have an opportunity to hear the full public testimony as well as the recommendation from the Planning Commission later this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provetti. Does anyone on council have questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll look to open the public hearing. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this matter this evening? Seeing nobody coming forward, we will close the public hearing and look to council for discussion or motion. Councilmember Przinski?
I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor, to adopt the resolution authorizing the submittal of the draft housing element to the California Housing and Community Development Department for its 60-day review.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Moving on to our next public hearing this evening. It is the North 40 Specific Plan. And this is a long paragraph, but I will keep it as brief as possible. The General Plan Amendment GP-14-001, Zoning Code Amendment Z-14-001, and Environmental Impact Report EIR-10-002. Project location: the plan area comprises approximately 44 acres located at the northern extent of the town of Los Gatos, bordered by State Route 17, State Route 85, and Los Gatos Boulevard and Lark Avenue. And providing our staff report this evening on this would be CDD Director Laura Provetti. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, the Town Council will be opening its public hearing, taking public testimony, and beginning its deliberations on the package of materials related to the North 40 specific plan. Within your packet, you received a staff report last week. You've also received all of the materials that went before our Planning Commission, including their recommendations to you. On Friday, you received an addendum that also transmitted additional public comment, as well as responses to questions that we had received up until that point. And then this afternoon, you should have received a desk item responding to additional questions that were received over the weekend and additional public comments. I may need some assistance.
Christina, could you advance this?
Thank you. This evening, I want to just briefly summarize the items before you. We'll do a very brief overview about what is a specific plan, review for you the overall process for the development of the specific plan. For the benefit of the public, we will review the vision statement that Town Council put forth in 2012. We'll talk about what are the contents of this specific plan document and how it will be used for future development applications. We've also completed an environmental impact report, which is part of your package for consideration. And finally, we'll close with the policy issues that really emerged from the Planning Commission's discussion, so that way you have some focus for your deliberation after hearing public comment. The next slide identifies what the key elements are of a specific plan. Basically, what it does is help implement our general plan by providing very specific directions to a key sub-area of the town. It identifies specifically the amount and quantity of different land uses for the specific plan area. It also contains goals, policies, development standards, and design guidelines to guide and ensure that we are reaching our desired outcome. It also identifies transportation, circulation, streetscape, bike lanes, etc., as well as plans for infrastructure and other facilities. Thank you. I'm still on the what is a specific plan slide. Thank you. And then finally, it is required by state law to include an implementation framework, so that way we understand how we're actually going to achieve all the infrastructure that's needed in this particular area. The next slide identifies the overview for the North 40. As you know, it is a 44-acre area bounded by Highway 17, Highway 85, Los Gatos Boulevard, and Lark Avenue. There are various owners within this subject area. I know we frequently talk about one key property owner, but there are many property owners. And for this particular specific plan, the town itself is the applicant for the plan. The process essentially, as you know, started and stopped and had a variety of twists and turns, but really the general plan update in 2010 was a key milestone in that in the general plan update it identified the need for a specific plan to be completed prior to any new development occurring within this area. The Town Council appointed a North 40 Advisory Committee that met over 17 times over a 2-year period, providing strategic direction for the preparation of the plan. In addition, the community was asked to participate in numerous ways, including an online survey, as well as community workshops. In addition, the Town Council and Planning Commission met 3 times in joint study sessions to provide further guidance to the Advisory Commission. On March 5th, 2012, the Town Council adopted a vision statement to guide the preparation of the specific plan. It's a little bit lengthy, but it is important because it is really the guidepost for how the specific plan is developed, and may be something to help the Town Council as it considers the public testimony this evening. Really, the North 40 is intended to reflect the special nature of our hometown, to celebrate our history, agriculture, agricultural heritage, hillside views, and small town character. The North 40 is seamlessly woven into the fabric of our community, complementing other Los Gatos residential and business neighborhoods. It is respectful of the precious community resources and offers unique attributes that enrich the quality of life of all of our residents. To help us implement the vision, the Town Council further identified and adopted guiding principles, and those are listed on this slide. First, that North 40 will look and feel like Los Gatos. It will embrace hillside views, trees, and open space. It will address the town's residential and/or commercial unmet needs. And finally, will minimize or mitigate impacts on the town infrastructure, schools, and other community services. To accomplish all of this, the specific plan has identified a development capacity of up to 364 housing units and up to 580 square feet of commercial uses with certain restrictions within that. And at least 30% of the total plan area should be devoted to open space, which is really important in terms of achieving the vision. The actual plan document consists of several chapters as identified on this slide: land use and development standards, design guidelines, circulation and streetscape, infrastructure and public facilities, plan implementation, phasing, and administration. And in a separate document that you've got a set of appendices that identify additional background information that help inform and guide the implementation of the plan, including a market study, tree list, a sustainability plan. And I do want to point out to the council the last appendix, which is the discretionary approval table, which you might take particular interest as you're in your deliberations this evening. Once a specific plan is adopted, then the town will have a framework within which to evaluate development applications. We do have a pending application, as you know. That is not the item before you this evening. We need a specific plan to be adopted before we can consider this. If and when a specific plan is adopted, then we'll have a framework behind which we will be able to evaluate that application. All of the architecture and site applications will be reviewed against the specific plan, and as currently drafted, the Planning Commission is the deciding body for those applications. Any financial arrangements to pay for infrastructure would be determined at the time of development, so we do not have a detailed financing discussion for you this evening. In addition, we do have an environmental impact report that identified a variety of issues and identified specific topic areas for which mitigation measures are required. Those are listed on the slides. Because we have required mitigation measures, you will be asked to consider a mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, so that way we can make sure we are in fact implementing all those mitigation measures. There are two areas where we have significant unavoidable impacts. That includes transportation, traffic, and cultural resources. Because we have significant unavoidable impacts, you will be asked to consider a statement of overriding considerations. The Planning Commission considered the specific plan in July and August, heard public testimony, and identified a variety of recommendations for your consideration. Attachment 18 to your staff report contains specific text changes that identify ways of addressing the issues. But emerging from the Planning Commission agenda were really four key policy issues, and these are organized in your staff report. They pertain to traffic, development capacity and density, building heights, and conditional use permits, and economic vitality. And staff is available to discuss those in more detail. This evening, after you hear public testimony, ask questions, consider deliberation. It does not have to be this evening. It may be a future date. You have several actions for you to take based on your deliberation. This includes certifying the environmental impact report, adopting the specific plan, considering general plan amendments, as well as zoning code amendments. And the last slide, which we will leave up during public testimony to guide you, are really the policy issues that are are outlined in your staff report that really should guide your discussion as well as provide, as needed, additional policy direction to the staff if there are additional questions that you have or studies that you would like us to do. And again, those relate to traffic, development capacity, building heights, the use of the conditional use permits, and addressing economic vitality issues. We added phasing because that was an outstanding issue on the part of the advisory committee that we thought the council may wish to comment on. And of course, there may be other policy issues that you wish to address as well. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff from many departments contributed to the reports that are before you. Staff and the consultants are available to assist you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pavetti. Does anybody on council wish to share with us their disclosures, starting with Councilmember Brzezinski?
I guess the disclosures are I have met with development folks from both Grosvenor and Summerhill to discuss specifics of the proposal in relationship to the plan, and I have visited the site numerous times and actually walked the site, so I have a good understanding of the conditions out there, including the historic structures that are centered on the site.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I have visited the site. I have met with the representatives of Grosvenor and Summerhill on many occasions. I have been on the North 40 Advisory Committee. I've been on the general plan. I have talked to many town residents many times. I've talked to many business owners many times. And if I haven't talked to you, I apologize.
My turn. I have also been to the site on a number of occasions. I have spoken to many citizens and business owners throughout town, as well as the representatives for Grosvenor and Summerhill. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I've worked on the specific plan in one form or another since 2004, and so I have therefore met with Grosvenor, the Grosvenor team, many times over the years. I've met with many representatives of our town, residents, business owners, property owners, and that has, like I said, started in 2004 and continued up through this week.
Councilmember McNutt.
Well, I want to just say ditto, except for serving on the advisory committee, but all of the above. Met with the development team, visited the site, talked with innumerable number of people and business owners about the future of this piece of property.
Okay. Questions? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Actually, it's not a question. It's just to supplement my earlier statement. The first time I dealt with the plan was in 1996. And I have the historic documents at home if anyone would like to see them. This has been an evolving plan over the course of all this time. But I've also had the chance to meet with members of the business community, the school community, as well as spend an awful lot of time just understanding how this works as a member of the North 40 advisory body.
Vice Mayor.
If we're going to do historical disclosures, I also was working on the original North 40 plan, which never got adopted back in the 90s.
Anything else? That's it. Questions for staff or discussion points? Or shall we go ahead with the public hearing and hear from all these wonderful people this evening? We will proceed. Tony Alarcon, you are first. Let me go over a couple ground rules for you so we can move through the process quickly. I have less than 30 cards. I was thinking about giving you 4 minutes tonight because this is such an important issue. If you do not need 4 minutes, only take 3 minutes or whatever you need. You don't have to speak for all 4. When you come to the microphone, please speak into the microphone. If you're short, pull it down. If you're tall, pull it up. When you see the green light, that means go. The yellow light means you've got about 30 seconds left. Slow down. When you see the red light, that means please stop. We do not have a vaudeville cane to pull you away, so please do not continue to speak after the red light goes on. And I will be calling you up 2 or 3 at a time so we can get you in the queue. So Tony Alarcon, you are first. Scott Broomfield is second. Dr. Diana Abadi, you are third. Please go.
Tony Alarcon, 229 Johnson Avenue, resident of Los Gatos for now.
Tony, please address the council when you speak. That's one other rule I left out.
Sorry about that,
Look
Steve.
forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've been in town 18 years. I wrote something so we keep on track. I must admit that I'm not a fan of the North 40 specific plan and its layout and land use allocations. It takes advantage of Los Gatos and delivers little in return. This is based on my experience as a land developer with 2,500 residential units for entitlement, such as the North 40. Why are approximately 95% of the residential homes, the 360 which are being developed, in the Los Gatos School District, and only 5% in Campbell? This site will generate 180 students or more without a school for them to attend. Our schools are already overcrowded. As an FYI, in order for residential property taxes to pay for single student's education, each residential home value must be valued at more than $4 million to cover the cost of a single student's education. This development results in a net loss for Los Gatos and our schools. I asked the Town Council to refer to Senate Bill 50 and the school facility fees, a report prepared with an independent legal advisory committee. Specifically, Section 65998 of the Government Code states, nothing in SB 50 shall be interpreted to limit or prohibit the authority of the local agency, i.e. the Town Council, to reserve or designate real property for a school site. While a city or council may not ask developers to donate land for a school site in exchange for developmental approval, a municipality retains its general authority to designate and zone an area for a school and thereby prohibit other types of development in that area, even if the landowner of the property wishes to develop it in another way. Of the 13 acres of open space within this specific plan, the Town Council should designate 6 acres for a school site and sports facility site. The Planning Commission report recommended the developer visit this option. This can then provide room for buildings and our sports fields with which this community desperately needs and does not have other sites for. The plan misses the mark in providing more Class A office space, which is needed to bring quality jobs to Los Gatos, versus low-paying retail jobs. The current plan offers a mere 20,000 office space. This misses an opportunity to bring another marquee large employer and an innovative employer to Los Gatos, much like Netflix or Apple or Google. Instead, it brings low-paying retail jobs. Instead, we're also bringing 365,000 square feet of retail space to compete with our downtown business district. Grosvenor will make over $100 million in this development. I just don't see how Los Gatos is benefiting from this plan or how Grosvenor is being a good neighbor versus simply developing to make the highest profit margin. I hope common sense prevails, and I'd like Grosvenor to explain why 95% of the residential homes are going into Los Gatos School District and they're not working with the school district to provide a site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alicon. We have a couple questions for you. Please remain at the podium.
Sorry about that.
If you would. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned Class A office space. Now, the plan does provide for office space, so are you saying that it's not enough square footage, or what is your point as with regard to that?
It's not enough square footage, Ms. Spector. It's 20,000 square feet in total in the plan. That's per the specific plan that was offered by Grosvenor. It should be. It should provide much more office space for jobs versus retail to complete with our downtown independent business owners, which have been here for decades, compared to an out-of-town developer.
All right, so you're saying 20,000 square feet of office. May I go to staff?
Yes.
Thank you. The specific plan proposes up to 250,000 square feet of office or hotel.
Thank you. And that was my memory also. So assuming it's 250,000 square feet in the plan, because that's what we're talking about now, the plan.
Right.
Is that still too little?
Not for office, no, that would be a compromise. I looked in the book and took that photo, so,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. I was interested in your calculation regarding a home value of $4 million to pay for an education. And so I'm curious, education K through 12, K through 6, what are your figures and how did you back into that?
And I'm speaking as just a citizen of the town. Last year I was on the Los Gatos Education Foundation, and one of the board members who's our legal has that information. So that was I believe it was first grade through 12. But I can email you that information so you can have that for consideration.
Would I find that on the LGEF website by chance?
I do not know that,
Okay.
but again, I can get that to you.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you for your speaking this night.
Thank you.
Mr. Broomfield.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Leonardis, Town Council, Town Management, and concerned citizens. I'm Scott Broomfield. I'm speaking to you tonight as the President of the Board of Trustees of the Los Gatos Union School District. Dr. Diana Body, our Superintendent, and I are here tonight to share with you our North 40 perspectives and concerns. I have 4 points. First, on page 1.1 of the North 40 specific plan, dated of May of this year, is the plan's vision statement. We actually read it earlier this evening. The vision statement includes 4 guiding principles, the last of which, and I quote, is the North 40 will minimize or mitigate impacts on town infrastructure, schools, and other community services. I have read the plan, the appendices, the draft EIR, dated April the 3rd, the final EIR dated April the 18th, and the staff report dated August the 27th. These documents specifically, and the plan in general, contain no remedies other than developer fees to minimize or mitigate the impacts on the schools and the resultant traffic implications. In a moment, Dr. Abadi will present you facts related to our current student generation rates, but for the record, our best analysis indicates that the North 40 will generate approximately 180 new K through 8 students. Additionally, our school district is in the process of completing a new demographic study that we anticipate being issued by the end of October 2014. Second, on August 15th, the Planning Commission submitted their detailed North 40 recommendations. The report is comprehensive, and we urge full consideration of their findings. Land use. There are 5 recommendations that we begin to address the impact on our schools and on our children. One in particular is to increase the open space requirements, recognizing that open space may be used for a new school. Schools. There are 4 recommendations that would further minimize and potentially fully mitigate the impact of our schools and on our children. 3 of the 4 recommendations speak to working closely with and collaborating with the developers. The 4th point asks for an assessment as to the size or the square footage of a new school. We will work with the town and the developers over the next few months to answer this important question. Third, the district has provided materials to the town and to the developers over the past couple of years, and this information has been incorporated by reference in the North 40 EIR. But as previously stated, there is no discernible movement on part of the developers to mitigate the impact on schools. Accordingly, there is still a great deal of work to be done. One question that has come up in recent conversation is with regards to funding. If we had 4 acres of land, which is what we would need to build this school, we would float a bond. It would need to be voted on, of course. We presently have over $20 million in bonding capacity within the school district. Finally, the staff report dated August 27th states that there are 5 policy issues that should be considered by the town council. We believe that there is a 6th, and that is to assess the impact on our schools and our children, which, by definition, means a reassessment of the land use as currently envisioned by the specific plan. The North 40 is the most important development that the town is likely to face for the next 25 years, and the decisions being contemplated by you have implications far into the future. We urge the town council to thoughtfully take into consideration the needs of our future students and require the creation of a specific North 40 plan that includes tangible and meaningful school and traffic mitigation. Thank you.
Mr. Broomfield, we had a question from Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll use you as my trial balloon, or maybe the person before you. Having worked on this specific plan for so long, I've heard a lot of people say a lot of things. And so where I am right now is I want specifics. So from you, I was looking for specifics as to what we can specifically do in this plan. And what I heard is require space, i.e. 4 acres for a school. Within the context of what a town government can do and what a specific plan can do, is that what you're saying, and is that the extent of what you're saying?
Yes, to be a little bit more clear, and I think Dr. Body will address this, the way that we're looking at it is we would require, we think, given the amount of new students, we require about 2 acres for the school and then 2 acres of open space.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor.
Mr. Broomfield, thank you for coming this evening. I actually looked up the California regulations on building a new school, and one of the things you have to do, it has to, quote, evolve from a statement of educational program requirements which reflect the school district's educational goals and objectives. So, and then it goes through many, many pages that you or Ms. Abadi may be aware of is what you have to do. So I'm curious, where's the school district, if it is anywhere, on developing the kinds of statements or visions or plans that have to take place before you could build a school? I know when you did your Imagine 2020 that there was some discussion of a new school, but it was sort of rejected because you couldn't find the land and it was too expensive. So how is your position kind of different now, and what proactive steps are you taking if you do want to build a new school?
Well, you said it right. The Vision 2020 does specify this. We know, given the 4 scenarios that we built, and given the North 40 project at the current anticipated size, we'd be at the extreme end of that. So we know that we would be out of school capacity. At the time when we looked at 2020 Vision, there was no 4 acres that we could go grab specifically, and so we recognized that when we updated the demographic study every couple of years, we continually have to keep readdressing this. The opportunity now presents itself as an option, and so that's why we looked at the bonding capacity to see if in fact we did have the acreage, if we could actually build the school, and we believe we can.
Please continue.
One more, and this I'm not sure that you're the one to answer, but if you've had an opportunity to look at the EIR that we're reviewing tonight, it has numbers in it regarding how student generation rates. Are you in a position to say whether those are correct or not, or need updating?
I would like to have Dr. Body address that, and potentially our Chief Business Officer. We have some specific data for you on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Broomfield.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Town Council, and staff. I am Diana Abadi, and with me this evening is Assistant Superintendent Martin Fregosa. I'm speaking to you this evening as the superintendent to share the views of the Los Gatos Union School District as to the scope and content of the proposed project's impact on our schools. As the plans to develop the North 40 are moving ahead, there is no doubt that the North 40 land use will be profitable, and in large part because of the excellent schools in Los Gatos. We can extract data from our student database to accurately provide the most up-to-date student generation factor at an average rate today at 0.60 student per household for recently constructed developments. When we drill down even further, we know that the Bluebird Lane project with 19 homes has generated 18 students with a 0.95 student generation factor. We estimate that the North 40 plan would add approximately 180 new students to our schools, therefore impacting not only the capacity at our current schools, but also have a dramatic effect on traffic safety and air quality. We have also identified from undergoing an extensive needs analysis as outlined in Senate Bill 50 that the district will need a 4-acre parcel to build a new school site in Los Gatos. 2 acres for the construction of classrooms, and the remaining 2 acres for open space, which could be constructed in a public-private partnership with the town, the developers, and the school district. Furthermore, the estimated cost to build 1 new classroom today is approximately $800,000. Depending upon the scope and size of a new school, excluding the land cost, the district has the bonding capacity to plan accordingly. Any new money generated by this project will be split between the high school and elementary school districts to pay for the operations of schools and to maintain facilities. Therefore, we urge the Town Council to approve the Planning Commissioner's recommendation to the North 40 specific plan as stated in Attachment 11, specifically, item number 1, traffic impact and analysis to include new development with the most up-to-date demographic information consistent with the reality that the North 40 development will have on already congested traffic in Los Gatos and the overcrowding of schools. The unmet need of schools to include several policies requiring developers to work closely with school districts to address school facility needs by reviewing actual enrollment growth and current demographic studies, and provide an incentive for developers to partner with school districts for the identification of a school site as it relates to the development of the North 40. And number 3, transportation and connectivity to include a policy to improve transit strategies to reduce car and global warming emissions by connecting North 40 with schools, bicycle lanes, paths, and trails. Schools are a precious community resource that enrich the quality of life of all residents. The Town Council is entrusted with promoting and implementing this truth through its policies to prevent risks to community well-being for future generations to come. Thank you.
We have a lot of questions for you. We'll begin with Councilmember Spector. I saw your hand first.
Thank you. I thought she was going to walk off before I got my hand up. You referenced a public-private partnership that included the town.
Correct.
What would you envision as the town's obligation under that partnership?
So I can cite several different towns that have worked in partnerships with school, one of which I have extreme experience from. So working in the Ross School District up in Marin County, the school district there only owned the blacktop, which were the school buildings, and the town actually owned the land, which was the open space. And the school district was responsible for maintaining the use of those facilities, and it was used during the school day for the schools. But after that, it was a community asset, and a community asset meaning fields for the town, green, open space, green space. I also, and my assistant superintendent and I can quote that we read a lot about school planning and management, and many school sites are cited to having these private-public relationships. Another one is also in South Carolina. So I can cite many schools where this happens. So that's what I'm envisioning as far as the town's responsibility in working together.
One more question. Following up on that, assuming that we're looking at a specific plan where the underlying property is privately owned and the project is ultimately developed, but also privately. I'm just trying to get my arms around how the town plays in.
Well, the town can own the fields, and the fields can be leased to the school district. That would be one thing.
But how would the town own the fields? That's what I'm not getting.
As part of the open space requirement is kind of where I'm coming from. So if it's a requirement of 13 acres are needed for open space, only 2 we need for the open space, the playgrounds. 2 is for the buildings.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll go to Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I had 3 questions. One quick. On your calculation of 180, you're assuming that all 364 would be available for family housing, and you didn't subtract any for the senior housing?
No, I did. I took the 300, I minus the 60 roughly, and at 300 at 0.6 student generation rate. And right now, that 0.6 is actually very conservative because of the numbers that I did provide with the town. Some of those developments are not even complete. For example, the Brookside, 89 homes are built there, and right now today they're generating 40 students at a 0.45, I think, student generation rate. And as soon as they're complete, they could be generating a higher rate.
I don't know that project. Is that in San Jose?
That's the Guadalupe Mines project.
Okay,
correct.
in San Jose.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's more of a philosophical question. The specific plan and the committee spent a lot of time identifying what the unmet needs are that the vision statement talk about. And the unmet needs when it came to residential was senior and millennials. And so that's what's emphasized in terms of design guidelines and everything as you go through. If a school property goes in there, are you thinking that the specific plan then should change its description of residential to encourage more traditional family homes? Because why would you put a school in a location if the housing around there is not for a typical school-age family?
So I guess it's the pleasure of the town council when drafting that and making that. I don't think the school district, and I am speaking on behalf of the school district, that whether it's residential or not, a school needs to happen on that north side of town. Single-family residences, single-family condos, the Generation 21 number, we can tell you that today families are moving into 2-bedroom townhomes, apartments, and we can actually extract that data by address out of our database, and there are children, 2 to 4 children at a time going into those residences. So one could try to market it that way, but I do believe that we can show you evidence that that's not happening, that they are moving into that. We get a lot of what I call misplaced or transient type of employees who come from out of country, from Europe. They're attracted to our schools, and they are transient, meaning that they move into a unit, and then they're buying a home, and with families of 2 to 4 children. They're not a 1 to 2. I'm not sure what happened to birth rates here, but we're seeing huge numbers, 2, 4, 6 kids coming, and they're mostly European, out of country coming, and they're coming to companies, the big .com companies or all the software companies. And they're attracted to Los Gatos Boulevard because of the buses that take them to work too.
So, and this will be just my final follow-up. So the only residential that you would consider to be safe would be senior?
And from my perspective, yes, and I can show data on that if anyone would like to see that data in that study.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor.
Ms. Abadi, Mr. Broomfield said I could ask you this question, so I'm going to go back to the EIR, our EIR, and just because I'm trained to cite things, it's on page 3-184 and 185, and table 17 of our EIR, indicates that the expected net increase of students from the North 40 is 35. So you're telling me tonight that is incorrect? In fact, it's 180?
I would say that we have provided the town and the developer with updated information since that report was done, and we've asked the town and the planning commissioners to update that information. So yes, I say it's incorrect because we have more recent information, and we have accurate information that can be pulled from our student database by street address.
A follow-up? And so if one were to want that information, would you... you'd have that available, you could present it to the whatever body was appropriate, and at least from your testimony tonight, you think that's significantly different than what we have in our EIR?
Yes, I do believe it's significant. Yeah, it is drastically different, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Well, a couple of my questions have already been answered, but I'm assuming that what you're saying is that the proposal, as it reflects the mission statement of the town to address unmet needs, and we see the unmet need as basically our 55-plus generation that we know is a very it's a significant demographic right now. Is going to continue to grow, and those people who currently live in town but want to move down to a smaller residence, they don't want to leave town, but they might look at this the proposed senior housing as a viable and attractive option for them. You're assuming that number is a fixed number, and that will not be considered in your calculation. But you also are assuming that the Gen Y population that we're attempting to design around will actually, it's unrealistic to expect that we could design residential that would be more specific to the young adult, young professional, and that the assumption is that those professionals, as you've characterized them, will have 3, 4, 5, 6 kids. This is your experience, and you're saying that therefore the demographic numbers that were calculated on your initial input when we did the EIR, those are completely inaccurate because they don't reflect the reality as you see it. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, that's a big sort of question that you just said. So a couple of things.
You said a lot of things I think we need to address tonight.
So let's address one thing at a time. So the senior housing. I assume that people who move out of Los Gatos, out of their residential homes into this project, those homes will be occupied by families. So I haven't done that demographic. So if I were to look at that data, what I would ask the town council is to use more recent information about that happening. And I don't believe the information that's in the EIR is the most current.
Okay.
So that's a fair statement. As far as the Generation Y, X, whatever we're talking about here, I do believe that they are moving in with families, and the cost of real estate today, I would be surprised that most of these families that move in, or Generation X, that Y, that moves in, they would probably stay there. To try to mobility to move upwards to another home is unlikely. Therefore, they would be moving into 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, or 2 bedrooms and an office, and putting in families of 2 to 4 children. We see it every day.
All right, I appreciate that answer. One more question, and this is in relation to the proposal to build a school site, whether it's public, private, or district-based, or whichever. I believe somewhere in our documents there were questions raised not only about building a school structure, but also providing the equipment, the teachers, everything that's necessary to actually make that classroom viable. Is that also calculated within this bonding amount that you have available to should there be an interest in developing a school?
So it's not part of the bonding dollars, just to be fair. It's part of the developer fees, it's property tax values, and given what's happening in local control funding formula and the fact that we're a basic aid district, we would get a per pupil spending amount to educate a child. Right now we're seeing about $6,300 coming in from the state, and with local support and the parcel tax, it's roughly about $8,600. So we're not counting on the bonding capacity to operate the school, but we do believe all the other fees will do that. So that is part of our calculation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. One of the pieces of information, and this is a question for the speaker and also for staff, one of the pieces of information we received, along with the other 8,000 pieces of paper we have, is that there is an ordinance that allows for senior-only housing. But the seniors, and this goes to staff, can be as young as or old as 55. Is that correct? So you've done a lot of analysis. Would it be correct to say, since a 55-year-old can be one of the individuals who is in this senior housing, that can still include school-age children?
Yes, because as far as residency in a school district, you should just understand is a family can live with a grandparent. So if a grandparent owns the resident at 55 or plus, all they have to do is show the school district evidence that they are under the care through an affidavit. They get it notarized, and that is part of residency, and the requirement of school districts to offer a free and appropriate education to anyone who lives within the district boundary lines. So you could imagine that part of my job is also checking all of those affidavits and asking families who are often frustrated with me to go get someone to notarize these documents. So it happens, and it happens today, every day. It's what I spend my summers doing, just so you know, as far as checking residency.
Thank you. I read EIRs.
Okay. I deal with residency and admissions requirements. So.
I hope my question is more simple. On a 4-acre school site, how many kids could you accommodate with that site?
We're estimating about 500, so 2 to 3 classrooms per grade, so 2 to 3 kindergartens and 2 to 3 first grades. What that would do, what we believe today with this project alone and the overcrowding with our downtown schools, we could probably fill that school up pretty easily by taking 1 classroom off of each of our downtown schools. And I say that because I just want everyone to know that our school downtowns, Blossom Hill has over 670 students, Van Meter today has over about 660, and Dave's Avenue has 575 students with no capacity at this point to build. The only thing that we could do right now is go after another bond and put second stories on our schools, because we do not own the land. And you could imagine that our schools could top into the 800 to 1,000 students for elementary. At the same time, our middle school has 1,250 students, one of the largest middle school students in the area, and we're expected to go to 1,500 by the year 2015-16, and we're building for that, and we've planned for a gym that we start construction in January to seat 1,500 students. So we've done all of that work, and I get back to what Ms. Jensen had said earlier. We have known all along that we need to have a 4-acre site for some type of school, whether it's a elementary school, whether it's a 5-6 school. We know that through all of our studies. We just haven't been able to identify land to do that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your opportunity to hear you this evening. Next three speakers are Susan Burnett, Christine Caston, and Jeff Lockridge.
Good evening, Town Council. My name is Susan Burnett.
Susan, could you speak a little louder for us? Shout into that
I
microphone.
have a soft voice, sorry. Okay, my name's Susan Burnett, and I've lived in Los Gatos all my life except for 2 years. I live on Ellenwood Avenue, and what I have come to address is this project. It's traffic, traffic, traffic. I have a healthcare background. I have a master's in nursing, and my main concern is the emergency services that we would receive in a timely manner because of the increase in the traffic. There are many new projects right now in Los Gatos Boulevard that we have not even felt the impact of, and yet increasingly, I get nervous, our main streets are deadlocked. And I'm not even talking about when we have issues with Highway 17. As you know, the whole town shuts down. Let's see. You, the town council, must have the vision and the courage, and I know it takes a lot, to make these very important decisions, to do what is right for the future of this town and for our children and grandchildren by thoughtfully addressing the over 30 concerns that the Planning Commission had regarding this project. So that's my concerns. And right now, like, I live on the west side of Los Gatos, but I don't even go over to the northeast side of Los Gatos after 2 o'clock. Because especially when the schools, Van Meter, not Dave's Avenue, but Blossom Hill, Los Gatos High School, and Fisher, you cannot move. And if we had a major fire, say Louise Van Meter had a big issue, which I went to when I was a little girl, but what if we had a major issue downtown Los Gatos? And right now you can't move. And now we have another, 345 housing units with children, and I just heard some real concerns that I hadn't even thought about it. So many additional children and of course, transporting kids around and everything, and just the general traffic. That's I think from a healthcare background, I'm more concerned about ambulances, fire department, police department, and how does that impact us as a community? And it's just not plausible. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnett. Christine Caston.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council and citizens and management. Well, I'm here as a senior citizen, so this project for me is very hopeful and encouraging. And I've lived in town for 31 years, and I have been fortunate to have affordable housing. And that's my big concern. I'm currently working, and I'll probably retire in about 5 years, but I'm in the process of getting on waiting lists for available affordable senior housing. So when I saw this project, I got very excited because I'd hate to leave Los Gatos. And I know one thing in the universe is change is constant, and that's we're going to keep growing as a nation and as a cities and states. And it's like, yeah, how are we going to take care of everyone? I realize that's a challenge. So, but my focus is obviously on senior housing, and it's just, it gets a little scary when you start to look, because I'm a renter, I don't own property. So that's just a concern, to be able to manage life when I retire and have a livelihood. And so I encourage you to consider the project, especially about the senior housing. And thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you. Jeff Lockridge, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. It may come as a surprise to you, but I actually like the proposed development. It answers many of our towns, and specifically the north side of town's unmet needs. The main drawbacks are town problems. Bad traffic. Bad traffic on Lark Avenue has been around many years, and the town has done little to fix it. Over the years, many developments have been approved, and every traffic study associated with these developments say that the traffic is mitigatable. Each of those previous developers only paid a discounted traffic mitigation fee, which did not even cover what was necessary. They each are generating or will generate traffic adding to the town's problems. Now, for the first time, a project will be paying a fee that will actually cover improvements necessary. This proposed project did not create these problems. The North 40 should be developed now by one large developer as opposed to delaying the project and having more piecemeal development that has occurred up to this point. A comprehensive build-out by a large developer under a specific plan will generate the funds and ability to make major improvements to Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard. Over those same years, the schools have been impacted, and little between town and school administrators has been done to ensure that they are prepared for the inevitable additional students generated by developments or even growth. This needs a cooperative effort on both the school administration and town's parts. The school administrators need to step up and be a part of this process. They shouldn't have waited until now to get involved. There's an assumption that North 40 will detract from downtown. Well, believe it or not, the north end of town wants the same services that the locals downtown can walk to. Complimentary doesn't cut it for me. Residents from the north end of town want services, and if they happen to compete with downtown, then the town should adjust and manage those problems. Already, many residents who live north of Blossom Hill shop and dine in Campbell. Height needs to be restricted to a maximum, with a cap on both maximum height and maximum density. Different uses need different heights. This type of project, needs some flexibility to be able to get the best results, unlike Albright. I don't believe that the heights suggested so far by the developer will impede the town's views of the surrounding hillsides. Those views might be hard to find within the development, but those residents will have chosen that. The Planning Commission had this specific plan before them and could only come up with a neutral recommendation and a list of questions for council to consider. So I would suggest that the specific plan be sent to staff to improve. Don't delay the specific plan any more than is necessary. And those improvements should, at a minimum, include the following. Establish a total maximum square footage for all residential development. Establish a density range for each housing type. Establish a size range for each housing type. Establish distribution of housing types in each district, maximum or minimum number, and then test whether the proposed intent of the specific plan can be met using the given standards, guidelines, density, etc. And then modify total allowed development to match these standards and regulations. The specific plan, as proposed, does need modifying. We need to reduce the flexibility allowed in this specific plan as it relates to the previous specific plan of 1999. It needs to be shortened, simplified, decluttered, and reorganized to make it easier to understand and to reduce repetition. We need to direct staff to make these changes and improvements and allow council to vote on this improved version. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three speakers, Susan Kankel, Steve Erbst, and Butch Erbst.
Good evening. Susan Kankel, 99 Reservoir Road, Los Gatos. I strongly urge the council to send this proposal back to the Planning Commission with the necessary funding to do any analyses required. 33 recommendations is just too large a number to ignore. In the news, we often hear the term recent developments used when they're telling us of new information or new facts about a news story or a mystery or an investigation. And these recent developments then change the outcome of the story. In the case of the North 40, there have been recent developments of this type, facts and information. For instance, Ms. Abadi just gave us some. And also, recent developments has another meaning for the North 40. Recent developments in Los Gatos quite literally means steel and mortar and wood and pavement. Major developments which were not considered at the outset of this plan. Actually, they didn't even exist when this project was begun in the planning. For example, we now have under construction the Albright project, Swanson Ford, Bluebird Lane, the Muse, 2 medical centers, and that's not all of them. The numbers and size of these alone must qualify as a significant reason to change the base count of the traffic study. This, I think, is the most significant problem with the North 40. Not to say that overcrowded schools, disappearing vistas, looming buildings, those are also vitally important. But it is traffic which affects the most people for the most time. It is a fact that our town's streets are at a standstill several times a day. Recent developments of the steel and wood type have become recent developments of the idea and fact and information type in this project. And they are so large, they must be included in a revised version of this proposal as requested by the Planning Commission. Let's use common sense and focus on what is best for the community of Los Gatos. This project has been years in the making, and a few more months won't hurt. We won't get a second chance, and a hasty decision can do irreparable harm. Let's take it slow and make sure it is right.
I would like to ask all those in attendance to please refrain from applauding until the end of the meeting, only because it delays the meeting, and we want to give everybody a chance to speak this evening. And we have a question for you, Ms. Kankel, from Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. And again, this is going to be staff/speaker. I'm going to go to the staff. The speaker referenced several projects, developments, and their inclusion, not inclusion in the foundation for our EIR, which I know some of those were, but can you tell me which were and which were not?
Thank you. In the desk item that was provided to the town council this afternoon, we identified the projects that were included in the traffic study. These included, but are not limited to, the Palo Alto Medical Foundation office building, the Albright development, the Swanson Ford mixed-use project, the CVS development, which has not even yet gone to Planning Commission, the San Jose Stanford Cancer Center, as well as Campbell's earlier draft Dell Avenue area plan. I would just like to see if our Director of Parks and Public Works wished to add anything else.
Thank you. Yeah, Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. In the TIA, there are several lists of projects that have been included in the cumulative project, their level of service. There's a list of some 31 projects that were included in the analysis. You can find that on page 119 of the TIA if you're interested.
One other question, again, you may just be the reason I'm asking them that. Was the increased size of the Good Sam emergency room, or the new, I guess it's Good Sam related building in the National Good Sam area, was that included, or were those included?
Good Sam. Yes, Good Sam was included.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the Good Sam was included.
The Good Sam extension, extension of their emergency room?
Our traffic engineer is saying, yes, that one was included.
And what about the new, and I don't even know whether to call it an office, part of the hospital?
I'm sorry, which one?
It's a new development. Probably Mr. Larson can identify it better than I can.
I believe the council member is talking about the San Jose development. That's just a proposal going before the Planning Commission of San Jose in the next month. If I remember right, it's a 3-story office building on National fronting up.
I think you are referring to the Samaritan Court extension.
Correct.
That project was initiated after the project, North 40 project traffic study already commissioned, so it's not included.
So
All
that
right.
one's not included. The Samaritan Court project is not included.
Thank you very much. And thank you. I have no questions for you.
All right. Steve Erbst.
Excuse me. Steve Erbst is my son. He was unable to make it to the meeting, but he has a letter which I'd like to submit to the council.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Erbst. I reside at 143 Newell Avenue, Los Gatos. I'm somewhat dismayed to look at this policy issue and discussion and direction, and there's nothing mentioned here about the schools, yet 3 or 4 of the previous speakers talked about the schools. I have 2 basic concerns, which have been my concern all along, going back the Albright way. It's traffic and schools. Schools and traffic. Now, I learned a long time ago from my dad that don't just come with a problem, come with a solution. I don't know if I have any solution. One of the solutions is to get land donated in North 40 for a school. And then as I heard that go up, well, it seems to me, based on the Albright Way project, the height is not an issue anymore. So, being a real radical kind of an idea here, maybe we could add stories to all the schools. Another story at Dave's Avenue, that would make it 3 stories tall. Van Meter would be 2 stories. Blossom Hill would be 2 stories. So maybe that would be a consideration. Traffic. Discussion about traffic is way beyond my expertise. I think you've got to be, to read the traffic report, you've got to belong to the Men's Society to read that thing. So I went down to see Jesse Poe. And Jesse gave me these numbers. So the numbers I'm going to give you are numbers that are real numbers. It's the numbers that this city has. So I asked about the traffic at the corner of Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill. So it goes back to 2009 report. There are 90,458 car trips per day at that intersection. Then you add into that ugly project on the corner. I mean, anybody that was on the city council that approved that ought to hang their heads. You add 1,646 additional car trips for a grand total of 92,104 car trips per day at that one intersection. I have no idea, I don't have a clue, and I stand before you and say, duh, what's going to happen at Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard? I can tell you based on the EIR report for Albright Way, at Lark and Winchester, there are supposed to be 3,125 additional car trips per day. That did not include the 86 additional car trips per day at Lark and University based upon the soccer fields. With other projects coming into play, which was just mentioned, I have a suggestion. What needs to be considered is signs at these major intersections, like you see on the freeway, it says, there are so many minutes to your next destination. Or an app on your phone that there's so many minutes to your destination, you punch it in, which I can't do it, I have to have my wife do it for me. You punch it in to tell you how many minutes would be to your destination. And then maybe we'll tell you how much space is for parking.
Thank you, Mr. Erbst.
One last thing. I wouldn't want to sit in your guys' seat for love nor money. You've got decisions they're going to make. As mothers and fathers of this town, you have to make the right decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next 3 speakers, Edward Morimoto, Jack Van Natta, Maria Risto.
Good evening. My name is Ed Morimoto. I live at 460 Monterey Avenue. As a member of the Yuki family, I would like to express our gratitude for the hard work and thoughtful input that has gone into the specific plan up for consideration tonight. We feel the investment the town has made in this process has resulted in something you, town staff, the North 40 Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and our fellow Los Gatos community members should be proud of. As some of you know, my family has a pretty long history in Los Gatos. My grandparents decided to come here after World War II for the same reasons that many of us did in this room. They were attracted by its beauty and sense of community and felt it would be a great place to raise their family and a good investment in its future. Over 4 generations and nearly 70 years, we've watched the town we know today literally grow up around us. Neighboring farms that have become residential neighborhoods, the building of new roads, new freeways, and the evolution of downtown, the Boulevard, as well as the rest of Los Gatos. My family was largely a bystander to all of this development, but at times that growth process has called upon our cooperation and support. For example, the completion of Highways 17 and 85, the building of Berry School, and the widening of Los Gatos Boulevard have all required contribution of our property. And while those changes did not come without some sacrifice, we have always viewed them as an investment in this community we love and a contribution to its continued prosperity. It is in that same spirit of partnership that we view the development of the North 40. We realize that the development of the property we've called our home all these years is a significant milestone for Los Gatos and garners a wide variety of opinions. For us, we think this specific plan provides the blueprint for a great complement to the rest of the town and an exciting opportunity to create a neighborhood which embraces a more walk and bike-friendly lifestyle. We are supportive of fulfilling unmet and emerging housing needs and personally look forward to taking advantage of enhanced shopping and services in North Los Gatos. As residents ourselves, we are sensitive to our neighbors' concerns about increased traffic and impacts to our town's schools, hillside beauty, and vibrant downtown. However, we are comforted that the development of this plan invested heavily in studying those risks and provides appropriate mitigations and controls to minimize negative impacts. Part of that comfort also stems from our confidence in Grosvenor. I realize tonight's session is not about a specific developer or development application, but I hope the town feels as fortunate as we do that Grosvenor is ready to lead a development on our property. They have proven themselves to be highly collaborative, patient, and respectful of the needs and desires of the town of Los Gatos, and we believe the way they have conducted themselves through this process, which has stretched over 4 years, is a pretty positive indicator for what we should expect from them. We hope the council will approve this specific plan and allow what we believe to be a great addition to the town to come to reality. And once again, on behalf of my family, I'd like to thank the council and all the specific plan contributors for the hard work invested in this process and the opportunity to share our thoughts this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jack Van Nato. I agree with Planning Commissioner O'Donnell, who stated that the intersections are perceptibly much slower than the D rating they get. One intersection at a D level, if added to the 2 that preceded it, will add up to a very slow speed of travel. The intersection may be a D, but the time it takes to get to your destination compounds into an F. Timing of lights might help for a while, but once the Campbell 3 million square feet gets built, along with all the other projects, timing of the lights will no longer matter. I would highly recommend that the traffic study be remanded to the Planning Commission for further study. It's simply too large of a change to stick our heads in the sand and say that the project didn't make a cutoff date. I also take issue with the LOS rating system. All the system does is add lanes to mitigate traffic, meaning that it adds more traffic going at the previous, often D level. This would solve the level of service problem, but a wider, faster road also creates more traffic, as well as less safe and certainly less comfortable conditions for users who are not in vehicles, including people on bikes and on foot. Additional lanes add additional greenhouse gas emissions, which can cause unprecedented drought conditions. Additional lanes encourage us to be more car-intensive, cutting into the possibility of allowing more eco-friendly modes of transportation. Additional lanes with additional traffic also increases the opportunity for more accidents. I advocate that the development is consistent with our general plan. The orchard provided a buffer zone between Los Gatos and the hypergrowth encouraged by San Jose and now Campbell. What we have had in this small town cannot be found in more than 3% of all the towns in the world. We really don't want to be like the big boys. They may have big, flat areas for arterials to move traffic and to pollute the valley, but this city is constrained by the topography of the hills and a planning that was done many decades ago. We're built out. Our main arterials have been in place for more than 100 years. Cramming more into less is a poor solution. I would ask you to help control the density and the traffic by maintaining the 35-foot heights of the buildings, perhaps allowing a few to 45 feet towards the north end to block our view of the 75-foot buildings, the traffic jams, and the smog that will be in the Campbell and San Jose area. For a couple of solutions to problems, I would advocate buses traveling in opposite directions on Main, Los Gatos Boulevard, Winchester, and Lark. The current bus system does not work. Rework it to make it work. I would encourage looking at a flex lane along Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard to provide wider lanes to the commuter traffic during peak hours. I encourage the Town Council to remand this EIR and specific plan back to the PC, properly funded to do the job right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you. After Maria Risto, the next three speakers will be Ann Fisher, Larry Arzi, and Kendra Birch.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I have heard about and followed the North 40 discussions, plans, and revisions since I moved to Los Gatos in 1987. The town has been trying to figure this out for a very long time, and it's time to get it done right. This specific plan has a mix of residential and commercial retail that is balanced, dynamic, and will serve the unmet needs we have asked of the North 40 plan. Housing for millennials and seniors is what we lack and what this plan supports. The services, shops, and restaurants will serve the North Side residents whom presently head to Campbell and elsewhere outside Los Gatos. I support this specific plan and look forward to seeing it approved, although there are areas that should be clarified or tightened up before approval by the Town Council. These deficiencies prevented the Planning Commission from endorsing and must be addressed. The main issues, which many people have and will address tonight, are traffic, density and intensity, school impacts, and building heights. I'd like to address height. The North 40 is the ideal place to permit exceptions to the 35-foot height limit the general plan sets for outside of downtown. As a large parcel of almost 44 acres, bounded by two freeways, Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard, there are no existing residential neighborhoods that would be overshadowed by the taller buildings, as in Albright. The specific plan requires a 25-foot limit on buildings along Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard, with the increased height further into the development. This is perfect, as the residences within the North 40 will be developed within this context. As the project requires 30% open space, it makes sense to allow parking and residences to be above the retail commercial areas in the transition district. Where I have objection and concern is the language around maximum height and exceptions to maximum height. The specific plan is an amendment to the general plan. Height and density standards for this specific plan should be spelled out in advance, and exceptions should not be granted through CUPs or otherwise. I object to exceptions because that is not planning. We are planning the North 40 right now, so let's figure out the major parameters up front, then let the development that follows fit those guidelines. If we are making exceptions to the general plan maximum height of 35 feet, then there should be a plainly stated maximum height for the various districts of the North 40. If the maximum height for the Lark district should be 35 feet, then there should be no cause for exceptions. Can we at least be that specific? For the transition district, why make the maximum height 45 feet if there are plans, ideas, and mechanisms to exceed this? A better way would be to explicitly allow up to, say, 55 feet, but require a certain amount of additional open space for each foot above 35 feet and cap that max at 55 feet. No exceptions. Height in this project is not nearly the problem that density and intensity are. The density will drive the traffic issues. Taller buildings in the center of the project with more open space and a cap on square footage will allow a more interesting mixed-use project. But the plan should call out the height maximum in advance, put it in the specific plan, and stick with it. It's been a ridiculous circumvention of the town's general plan in the last few years, where exceptions to density, zoning, and height are granted through PDs and exceptions. Let's stop this political game and just spell out where we will allow variations through an amendment and stick to the rules everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ann Fisher here? It's Ann Fisher, then Larry Arzy, then Kendra Birch.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ann Fisher. I'm here to speak for the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. We're a member-based nonprofit with over 1,800 members. We work to improve conditions for bicycles. I also live in Los Gatos, not far from the proposed development. We would like to convey our appreciation for the many bike-friendly elements of the proposed North 40 development. One of our initiatives is to encourage safe freeway crossings for bicyclists. The fact that the developer is interested in providing funding to upgrade the Lark crossing of Highway 17 is significant, as freeway crossings are often a barrier to comfortable biking and walking. Actually, they're a barrier to safe biking and walking often. We appreciate that the developer has been active in discussing design possibilities with us, SVBC, as well as with Caltrans. We support development that encourages bicycling. Because this development is located within easy reach of the Los Gatos Creek Trail, it is an ideal location for amenities that encourage car-free travel. Getting people out of their cars creates safer environments for bicyclists and pedestrians, reduces pollution, and improves air quality. We thank the developer of the North 40 project for working toward that goal and strongly support the many bicycle-related elements of the development proposal. On a personal note, I would also like to address the issue that has been raised concerning the impact the development will have on downtown businesses. As I live at the north end of town, I do most of my shopping in Campbell. I never shop in downtown Los Gatos. I would, however, shop in the North 40 development. It would be much more convenient, and I look forward to the amenities that the project will bring to my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arzy.
Good evening. You know, in the executive summary of the North 40 specific plan, it suggests having retail spaces at 30,000 square foot plates. Not a bad idea. 20 years ago when we talked about this, that's all we wanted. A few big buildings, a few residences. Things were simpler 20 years ago. This would be fine, but the current trend for chain stores today is 3,000 feet, plus or minus, which the likes of Black and White, Restoration Hardware, Napa Style, all under 3,000 square feet. That's the trend today for retail. In order to keep these types of stores in downtown, we need to prohibit less than 5,000 square foot stores in the North 40, except for neighborhood serving, or expect an exodus from the central business district of not only mom and pops, but national chain stores as well. The Planning Commission suggested limiting 3,000 square foot spaces and 10% of the total for neighborhood serving tenants in order to be compatible and not compete with the CBD. That's a contradiction, to say the least, with what the plan says. We need to envision what the CBD will look like if we lose the majority of our 3,000 square foot chain stores in downtown Los Gatos, and even some mom and pops to the North 40. The scenarios are not pretty pictures to look at. More food and drinking establishments and shops catering to tourists and a general dumb down of the CBD. Please do not approve the North 40 specific plan tonight or the environmental impact report tonight. There is a lot more to talk about that the public was unable to participate in during the final meeting of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission brought up numerous questions with belated answers from staff that should have been made public, and public input should have been given, not just tonight. Please return this to the Planning Commission for proper public vetting and scrutiny. You have nothing to lose and more to gain by slowing this process down a couple of months. To recap, by specifying 10% of the floor space as 3,000 square foot shops, as Planning Commission is suggesting, you're playing right into the hands of the developer, as current trends for national chain stores and leasing is only 3,000 square foot.
Thank you. After Kendra Birch, we have Joanne. Oh, we have a question, Mr. Arzi. I'm sorry. Please come back.
Queen does that.
I know. No, she does this. I have two questions, actually. The first question is, one of the things that the Planning Commission suggested was a focus group for downtown. Do you have any input or ideas regarding that?
I don't think anything will hurt at this point of the game on it. We just need to get more information before we start approving. We're almost there. This project is a great asset to the community. I don't know anybody who really doesn't want the project. So if a focus group helps and we can identify areas of need, then yes, definitely, it would be excellent.
And can you identify just generally any additional information you think is required?
I think the 32 questions that were processed by the Planning Commission.
I meant for downtown.
Oh, what to do about downtown? For someone who's been in a retail for 40 years downtown, that's a rabbit hole to jump out of, it, to say the least, on it. We need to give service needs to our community in downtown. We're not supplying the central business district with basic commodity needs. Other than Safeway, you can't even buy toilet paper. The downtown is in just as bad a fix as what you're trying to give. It's funny because the North Los Gatos is asking for everything that the downtown needs as well. We don't need more tourism. We don't need more bars or drink houses. We don't need more CUP businesses. We need a charming downtown village that takes care of its surrounding community, not those tourists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arzi. So Kendra Birch is up next, and the three speakers after her will be Joanne Rogers, Tom Timo, and John Shepherdson, so you can all get ready.
Thank you, council members. My name is Kendra Birch. I live at 131 Highland Oaks Drive, and I'm here tonight not as a planning commissioner, but as a resident of the neighborhood who is going to be the most impacted by this proposed development. And forgive me, I wrote everything down because I get nervous. I'd like to briefly tell you a little bit about our neighborhood. We are located at Lark Avenue, Los Gatos Boulevard, behind the car wash. We are a neighborhood of working parents with children that run and play in our school systems, use our parks, try to bike as much as they can, and we care deeply about what's going to happen at the North 40. At any given time, you can drive down our street and see children playing in cul-de-sacs, children in yards. And while it can be very idyllic, we have noticed as the continued growth of the north side of town has continued, we are being greatly, greatly impacted by the overflow traffic on Lark Avenue. As a rule, if you are there during any rush hour time, you will see that traffic backs up from Los Gatos Boulevard, often all the way down to Oka Road. What we find is people want to beat the traffic. So, to avoid the car wash traffic or the backup at Los Gatos Boulevard, they make the right-hand turn onto our street, going incredibly fast with a hope to make it around all this traffic. Personally, my daughter has almost been hit twice by cars trying to do this, and you will hear from other residences who have had the same experience. What I would really like to see is a harder look at the traffic study. I don't feel that we have seen all the options that we could hopefully see over on that side, particularly that intersection, on how we may mitigate traffic. I am no traffic expert, and I won't pretend to be, but I would really like those who are to look again, and not just look at those main thoroughfares, but please take a look at our residential neighborhoods, because we are being impacted. We are seeing an incredible overflow of traffic from my neighborhood all the way up to Nob Hill, all of those residences and those streets that go through there, we are seeing a large increase of traffic cutting through. I would also like to briefly address the height issue. Neighborhood compatibility is a very important thing. I think we all stand behind that and feel that strongly. If you were to look in our neighborhood and at the office buildings along Los Gatos Boulevard, these buildings all adhere to the height requirements that have been placed in front of us. I don't feel that this development should be allowed to differentiate from that because it will make it not compatible. One of the things I love about our neighborhood, most people don't even know we're there. When you drive down Lark Avenue, there's a lot of trees. The homes are set back. They're lower. Even the second-story homes are not tall. And I think that that's an asset. I think it gives it a great deal of character. And I would like to see the developer pay attention to the residential properties going adjacent to Lark in the same manner. And I do feel that the height restrictions are important. In closing, the North 40 can be a huge asset to us. There are a lot of services that we don't have on that side of town. And based on traffic, it's hard to get to downtown. We do it, but it's not always convenient. It would be great to have someplace that we could walk to with our families to enjoy and relax. I think it would be a huge asset. It just needs to be very, very carefully considered and planned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Joanne Rogers, and I live at 15287 Top of the Hill Road, Los Gatos. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for about 41 years, and I live on the Los Gatos Boulevard side of town. Please excuse any repetition in my comments. I'm sorry. In the past, I've been a member of the General Plan Committee, and I do have the old specific plan. I'm here as a concerned citizen. The impact of what has happened on the east side of town is changing the quality of life for all of us negatively. Two high-density housing projects, one at the former Honda dealership and at Swanson site on Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill, have made that very difficult to navigate, most especially when the 5 schools let out and when people are trying to avoid the traffic jams on 17. Traffic is at a standstill along Los Gatos Boulevard. As Joe Brzezinski knows, he has to back his car out of there every day. In addition to the other developments happening on Los Gatos Boulevard that have not even opened yet, such as CVS and all the others that were previously mentioned, we now are proposing an additional 264 residences and 580,000 square foot offices and shops at the entrance to our town on the North 40. These residences have to be high density. What will the quality of life be for those individuals who will be living between the noise and the air pollution of 2 freeways? What kind of neighborhood will that be? If you take a look at the logo behind you, the gateway to Los Gatos will not look like that. Over your head are hills and trees. You'll have to change that to high-rise and big boxes. This is on your watch, and we've elected you, each of you, to take care of preserving the town for us that we love. We can't solve all the problems of Silicon Valley, such as the traffic over the freeway to Santa Cruz and back and forth for jobs here, or solve the problems of affordable housing for 18 to 24-year-olds who do have children, by the way, who can have children, and they want to buy their first home here. That may not be feasible. There's no guarantee. We should have thought of that when some of our quaint cottages turned into McMansions. That might have been more affordable for these folks. We need to be focusing on preserving our town for the very reasons that we all love to live here, not changing the character of Los Gatos because everybody would like to live here or because developers want to build on every square inch that's left. Not only should you be considering the amount of open space and some orchards on the North 40, but also that the project and the others coming down the pike will seriously strain our excellent educational institutions. And the schools are worried, and rightfully so. We need another public school, and the developers need to pitch in on that as part of the permits. And I don't know whether you can do that or not, but I've seen that happen before. I realize the Yuki family and Grosvenor Americas and Summerhill Homes have a right to develop their property, but like the developers, they want to push the envelope to the limits and get the biggest bang for their bucks. It's up to you to consider the quality of life for those of us who live here now. And I look forward to reading the final specific plan when it's done. Thank you.
We have a question for you from Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Rogers, other than, as I said earlier this evening, I'm looking for specifics because I've been working on words for a long time. You mentioned another school. Do you have anything specific that you would suggest we should do for the plan?
Well, I think we should allow space for another school, definitely, as the superintendent suggested. It's not right that we crowd our schools any more than they already are. I've worked with the schools for many years, and they are doing their very best. We have excellent schools, and everyone wants to live here because of the schools and because of the beauty of our town. But I just think that there needs to be consideration for that. And unfortunately, Barry School was demolished, and that was a mistake. And we've made some mistakes along the way. So we do have to be very careful of this project, and I'm hoping that all of you will do that.
Thank you.
Tom Timo, John Shepherdson, Cecil Annison. The next three.
Good evening. Tom Timo. I live at 333 Johnson Avenue with my wife and 3 daughters. Been a resident of Los Gatos for 11 years. Hope that this is the last town I ever live in. I wanted to address the council, first as a father of 3 daughters that attend Van Meter School, and then also as the president of the Los Gatos Education Foundation, where many of you may know me as the person on the other end of the phone that's calling you asking for money for our schools. And doing that primarily for our love of the schools that we have here. Many of you may know it's the neighborhood schools that make this town very special. If you walk on, and I go to all 4 of the elementary schools on a regular basis to meet with the home and school clubs, and you walk on to Van Meter's campus, Dave's, Blossom Hill, Lexington, they all have a similar feel. They're a neighborhood school. They're not 1,200, 1,500 students. They're 500, 600 students, a few hundred students, with very active parents that are involved, with people that really care about the school that they're sending their children to. And before you tonight is something that could dramatically change that element that I would say, having talked to literally hundreds of parents over the last few years, usually soliciting funds, but we talk about everything that's going on in town, that this is the magic that you could potentially break with this decision. And we don't need much larger schools. So what happens when this goes through, and there are 180, and we can all dispute whether 180 is right or wrong, it's less, it's more. I've worked a lot with the Board of Trustees and Diana Abadi, and I believe that the numbers are an honest representation of what's going to happen. 180 students is 7 classrooms at our current class size. That's going to mean portables back on the Van Meter campus, back on the Blossom Hill campus, back on the Dave's campus, back on the Fisher campus. Those portables, they're cold in the winter. They're not particularly cool in the early fall and the late spring. They're not particularly safe. After portables are considered the near term, that's the near term impact. The secondary impact is instead of student class sizes in the high 20s, we'll have the low 30s. And the third will be the bond that we'll have to pass that won't just be a $20 million or a $15 million bond, because we'll have to buy the land. We'll have to put the land somewhere, because some study will show that it's these neighborhood schools that is what's special in Los Gatos and what matters in Los Gatos. You're voting to potentially kill the goose that laid the golden egg. These neighborhood schools are what make this town special. So please, when you're considering this, think about the impact. Near term, all sorts of portable classrooms on campuses. Longer, middle term impact, you're going to increase our class sizes. And long-term impact, you're going to face a major bond that's going to use our equity inefficiently for town that we could be using for some other community needs. And I would say, first off, the Yuki family and the developers, they deserve to do what they want to do with their land. We just need to give them a path. and why we can't look at a path that builds a community school like a Van Meter, like a Dave's, like a Blossom Hill, and let them adjust their marketing so they encourage families, because that's why people want to live in Los Gatos. They want to walk to their school. Imagine being in that beautiful community and walking your kids 2 blocks to this wonderful, distinguished school like we have at Van Meter or Blossom Hill. That's the opportunity that's before you. So don't ruin the small school, the wonderful environment we have here. Thank you.
Thank you. John Shepherdson, are you on deck? Cecil Annison, and then Barbara Dodson.
John Shepherdson, 120 Oak Rim, number 20. For the next 4 minutes or so, I'm going to be the general plan. I am the 2020 general plan of the town of Los Gatos. I am required by state law. I am the town's constitution for land use. Many people were involved in my creation. This council voted for my adoption. I was designed to guide you in land use decisions. I have specific height standards for property structures. Throughout the town, going back decades, I was back at the library looking at it, going back at my earlier renditions. The maximum height limit for development has been 35 feet. My height limit for office professional, 35 feet. For neighborhood commercial, 35 feet. For service commercial, 35 feet maximum. For light industrial, 35 feet. The only area that expressly authorized by me to go above 35 feet is the downtown, where the limit is 45 feet. My guidance to you as the general plan is to follow me on the North 40 and apply the 35-foot limit. This will make your action consistent with the general plan, and it would be a tangible way of differentiating the downtown from the North 40. We only have one downtown. It's the exception to the 35 height limit. Let's keep it that way. Planning Commissioner Tom O'Donnell made it clear at the PC hearing that he strongly supports the 35-foot height limit. He knows school impacts, as a Los Gatos School District office is named after him. He's worked for them for years. He knows the general plan as a PC member and land use attorney. He has also personally experienced the spike in traffic. Follow the general plan and follow O'Donnell. Other suggestions. Councilmember Spector's looking for suggestions. One is in the EIR. The second superior alternative is to reduce the commercial space by 25%. I would suggest that. Secondly, I would suggest reducing the residential units and square footage by the same 25%. Thirdly, I would seriously consider the age-restricted housing. That does 2 things. It deals with your school impacts, and it also results in less traffic. Let's get it right, as my last suggestion, and in terms of some more workup, it seems like there's a lot of suggestions coming from the Planning Commission. We have tonight the schools talking about a partnership. So it seems to me there needs to be more workup, maybe go back to the Planning Commission and staff. The general plan has spoken.
Thank you. Cecil Annison, Barbara Dodson, Carla Gardino are the next 3.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council people. Everyone we talk to talks about traffic being the #1 issue that faces the town. It affects business, schools, and individuals every day. We have intersections that are going to be rated with D, E, or F level by themselves, but when added to the other adjacent intersections, will only allow you to travel at the equivalent of an F speed. The North 40 project alone will add over 15,000 car trips per day. Taken into consideration with Netflix, Albright, Palo Alto Medical, Swanson Ford, Stanford Cancer Center, et al., and the 133 acres that's being developed about 1.5 miles away from my house in Charter Oaks in Campbell. We speculate this will add thousands and thousands of trips in Los Gatos every day. Some lights may be timed, but that isn't going to help with this many cars. We believe that with a 3 million square feet from Dell Avenue, only at 1.6 miles from the North 40, the traffic study should go back to the Planning Commission. I believe that the Visona light rail station that is yet unfunded should not be a mitigating factor. In the case of Lark Avenue, I'm told that we have a wide 2-lane road where a multimodal lane could be installed on both sides of the road. Each bike or pedestrian cuts down 1 car. However, this town and most others close by are car-centric, not bike-centric. It starts with all the kids that learn habits early, whereby they are either driven to school or drive themselves to school, even though the majority live less than a short bike ride from the school. We all know that bike riding is friendlier to our health than getting chauffeured in cars. It's time to go back to the future by making the town more bike-centric and more friendly to those who bike. This is a chicken and egg scenario. If we don't become one of the leaders by going bike-centric, we'll add to the never-ending traffic issues that plague us year after year. I agree with the earlier comment by Mr. Shepherdson that painting the crucial lines with a green paint will be beneficial to the towns, that over time all drivers and bikers will recognize that bikers can be close by. This has happened in San Francisco, where riding a bike is akin to being a kamikaze pilot. Let Los Gatos become bike-centric first by encouraging biking in the early years and by making the town more bike-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Dodson, please.
Good evening. I'm looking forward to an attractive, inviting new development in the North 40. I personally find some of the developers' ideas, like the plan for a market, really exciting, but I'm only adding my voice to the chorus when I say that I'm very concerned about traffic. I'm concerned that the current plans for the North 40 will create gridlock in the northern area of town. Because of this, I hope Council will take a little more time and address at least some of the deficiencies in the EIR. I do feel that we need to get realistic information about traffic around the North 40 and that we need more analysis on alternative circulation plans. I don't feel we should move forward without this information. The EIR says that the traffic impacts of the North 40 development will be significant and unavoidable. For that reason, I would like consideration given the idea of a maximum of 400,000 square feet of commercial space. That would be approximately a 28% reduction, and I would encourage consideration of a similar reduction percentage applied to housing. These reductions, I believe, would help to control the density, overcrowding, and extreme traffic that we are all experiencing. The North 40 should become a central focus for the north section of Los Gatos. I would guess that people who live in the northern part of town generally don't shop in the downtown area because of traffic and parking problems. It would be reasonable to have quasi-downtown areas for residents both north and south of Blossom Hill Road. These reductions would be consistent, Along the same lines, I would encourage the town to also fund the suggested analysis of how a reduction in the overall development capacity of the specific plan would impact traffic. I think it would be good for experts to take one more thorough look at the density of residential units and commercial buildings with an eye toward reducing whatever traffic impacts we can. Considering what Dr. Abadi has said, I would also like to see study directed toward dedicating property to a new school. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Gardino, Laura Murphy Wilkins, and Tim Johnston are the next three.
Good evening, Mayor Leonardis and members of the council. My name is Carl Guardino. I'm president and CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm also a father of 2 children who attend Daves Avenue Elementary School. I want to commend the town council for the advisory committee and its process, and council members Spector and Przinski for your 2 years plus of service on that advisory committee. We're here this evening to talk about the specific plan, and I'd like to limit my comments to that specific plan, as the leadership group through our process has endorsed the specific plan as good for the town of Los Gatos and good for the West Valley. First, on the homes that are considered to be built here, the senior affordable housing and housing for millennials. Great needs in our community for homes of both types. Across the street from where my family live, a wonderful couple, 40-year residents, moved to Gilroy because as they downsized, they couldn't afford a place here in Los Gatos. They didn't prefer Gilroy. They preferred the community in which they had raised their children, but they didn't have that choice. That happens all too often, as we heard from a speaker at the beginning of the public testimony this evening, facing decisions like that. There's also a quality that we look for in the leadership group of the quality of the development team. And while that's not specific to the specific plan, I would say that Grosvenor, as we know, is one of the best developers truly in the world, that Summerhill is one of the best in this community under the leadership of great community leaders like George Marcus and Robert Freed, and that Eden Housing is one of the finest affordable home developers in the United States. I say that as well with the emphasis that the Silicon Valley Leadership Group does not have developers as members. They don't pay my salary. We are innovation economy companies by and large, but we look closely at the quality of developers when we look at endorsing specific plans, general plans, and specific projects. Something else that we found attractive is that market hall concept. And it doesn't have to compete with downtown, but it provides an amenity for so many people in our town, in the north part of town. I would mention another great community in our valley, Palo Alto, not as good as the West Valley, but not bad, has three major areas for retail and commercial. It has University Avenue, it has California Avenue, it has Stanford Shopping Center. Perhaps they compete. Competition isn't necessarily bad, but they're all thriving as well. Traffic is mentioned a lot tonight, and I'm glad it has. John Shepherdson, I enjoyed your presentation immensely about bike lanes. One of the many hats that we all wear. One of mine is I'm one of 9 gubernatorial appointees on the California Transportation Commission and chair at the present time. We have just finished our active transportation program funding for this year of $184 million statewide. We will be allocating projects for another $184 million in 2015. I'm sad to say that Santa Clara County, one of the largest counties in the state, and the town of Los Gatos, we submitted almost no projects for safe routes to school funds or for bike improvements and ped improvements. We can do much better, and I'm here, solution-oriented, to work with that hat on with our town council and our town to look for improvements like the one connecting the north part of town with the Los Gatos Creek Trail that this project would do. School traffic, incredibly creative and successful models in Danville, funded through their own locally approved transportation sales tax measures to provide buses to eliminate school traffic in the mornings and afternoons that cause so much of the traffic. We can do creative things on transportation, as Barbara Dawson spoke about, as well as John Shepherdson spoke about, and I'm here committing that time to you to help in that way. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Gardino. Linda Murphy Wilkins, Tim Johnstone, Linda Mandolini are the next three.
Good evening. My name is Laura Murphy Wilkins, and I have children attending Daves Avenue Elementary and Fisher Middle School. I am extremely concerned about the impact this development will have on the quality of education the school districts in our town can provide, as well as the traffic impacts to the community. I attended the Planning Commission review meeting and heard Grosvenor representatives state that this development could put Santana Row out of business. I do not see how a development designed to do this could actually match the town's vision statement. I appreciate the Planning Commission's recommended addendums related to schools, but I'm still concerned not only about the impact to the elementary schools, but the impact to the middle school and high school. I do not believe a development plan should be approved which would require these school populations to continually grow and grow in the one facility space allocated for them. My oldest son has recently started Fisher Middle School, and I'm learning what it means to attend school with 1,252 other kids. As the school population grows, class sizes will continually increase, and more outdoor space will be lost. Dr. Abadi has projected that enrollment at Fisher will exceed 1,500 students. Is a 1,500 student size middle school acceptable to this community? I fear, and Dr. Abadi has confirmed, that the generation rates assumed for housing are much too low, so the impact to our school district is severely underestimated. The primary reason people will pay a premium for housing in this development on the Los Gatos side is because the purchasers are families with children or the owners plan to rent to families. And yes, they will rent condos or buy condos. They will buy a house with a small backyard. They'll buy a house that's 3 stories or has 2 master suites in order to get their children in these great public schools. And young professionals with children would love to live in a more urban environment, but still provide a great education for their kids. I agree with the recommended Planning Commission change to require a specified percentage of senior owners, but I urge you to make that percentage high. Make it 100% to ensure our schools are not impacted. In terms of traffic, Highway 17, Lark Avenue, Los Gatos Boulevard traffic backups are well documented. This plan is now inviting not only new residents, but all the new consumers that will be drawn to this development to frequent the restaurants and shops to add to the traffic gridlock. I live on Overlook Road and I take back roads to avoid Highway 17. If I can't get home, how will customers get to downtown stores and restaurants? Also, please do not assume the community will step up and provide increased funds for bonds to build or improve our schools, pay higher parcel taxes to hire more teachers, or donate more to our parent funding associations to fund the gap. Please do not assume the government will provide the funds to provide the infrastructure to handle the new traffic demands. Our children's education and our community members should not have to suffer while we wait for funding and the years it will take to fix the infrastructure problems this development will create. If the development plan does not provide solutions for these problems and the subsequent funding required, please amend the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Johnstone.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name's Tim Johnston. I live on Fancher Court here in Los Gatos. I'm not a traffic expert. I'm not a school capacity expert. I am a Los Gatos property owner. I'm also an engineer. I grew up in this area. I consider myself a native. I grew up in Saratoga. I moved to Los Gatos 23 years ago. Consider it home. I have 3 children, married. We're raising our family here. I'm here to support this project, this North 40 specific plan. I love Los Gatos, and when I first heard of this plan, I was really concerned. My kids go to Daves Avenue School. We worry about traffic. I was concerned. I think we first heard 700 houses or something like that. And so I decided to look into it a bit. And I must say, being an engineer, I loved all the reports I found online. I read through many of them. Not all of them. I tried, but I can't read that fast. I read through the reports, and I was really pleased with what I was seeing. This is clearly a plan that many people have put a lot of time and energy into really analyzing. And a couple things I read about frontage setbacks and cottage clusters and garden clusters and the design guidelines and architectural guidelines, sustainability guidelines, parking, etc. But I was particularly interested in reading the North 40 School Impact Report. And I hear a lot of things here tonight, and I'm not sure exactly which numbers are the most accurate. But when I read that report, and what I'm seeing is that the school system here actually can tolerate some increase. I don't know if it's 53 students, but it seems like it's dozens, not hundreds. And I would like to see this town council actually move forward with this plan, because it seems, from my perspective, it seems to be extremely well vetted for years, and it seems that it really brings something to the community. So I wanted to come here tonight and voice my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Mandolini, Kelly Duvall, Zoe Melandori are the next 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Linda Mandolini. I'm the president of Eden Housing, and we are part of the North 40 Specific Plan project that's being put forth by Grosvenor and Summerhill and Eden. I want to just be here tonight to voice my support for the specific plan. It's a very well thought out plan, and as an affordable housing developer, we think it's almost impossible to do the kind of work that we do without a specific plan. In communities all over California, we're finding it's increasingly difficult to develop affordable housing because of the loss of redevelopment agencies. In a town like Los Gatos, it would be impossible for Eden to find a site to build affordable housing on because we could never afford to buy a site and tie it up for 6 years and wait for 3 specific plans to approve the project. We really need to work in partnership with groups like Grosvenor and Summerhill. So we think this is a really good plan. It provides a wide range of affordable housing types, largely targeted to people with no children. Eden's portion of this, if it were to come to fruition, would be 60 units of affordable senior housing, 540 square foot apartments for women like Chris, who spoke earlier tonight about her need for an apartment. We own a complex 8 minutes from here on Cambrian Ave. It's 150 units. There's a 5-year waiting list for seniors to get in. We just leased up 2 projects, one in Orinda and one in Lafayette. We had 10 applications for every apartment. We have 17,000 households on our waiting list. We think that specific plans like this really pair the best of private development with nonprofit development and come up with good solutions to housing problems. And we would encourage you to move forward with a specific plan so that we can all start working on a specific project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kelly Duvall.
Hi, Kelly Duvall. I live at 16180 Jasmine Way in Los Gatos. So I'm a parent of a 4th grader at Blossom Hill, a 4th grade daughter. I'm also a parent of a 7th grade daughter at Fisher. I am a Los Gatos resident. I was raised in Saratoga. This is home for me. I'm also the Blossom Hill Home and School Club president this year. As you've already heard from my colleagues who are in the Home and School Club world with me, and from Diana Abadi and from Tom Timo, Blossom Hill enrollment is just over 670 students. Last year, we had an overflow classroom for my daughter's 2nd grade class because there was nowhere else to put them. Los Gatos Unified School District is a basic aid district. We receive approximately $6,300 per student. That's less than Saratoga. That's less than Union. That's less than Cambrian, and that's a lot less than San Jose Unified. Most people in town don't know that. We make up the gap as a home and school club and as Los Gatos Education Foundation. This district is definitely very close to being at capacity. I'm very disappointed as a resident in this project. The schools in this town are one of our greatest assets. If you stress our schools, they will become less equipped to provide the outstanding education that we boast about and that make Los Gatos the desirable place that it is to live. At Blossom Hill, the executive board that I lead is currently working for the 2014-2015 school year to raise $300,000. And I don't know how long it's been since anybody here has sat on a PTA, which is really what we are. We're a restructured PTA, but we don't buy Dixie cups. We don't buy paper plates. We don't buy streamers, balloons, cake, cookies. We pay for workbooks, MacBooks, iPads, Chromebooks, PE teachers, ink cartridges, copiers. We pay for so much more. That's just the beginning. We, as of this evening, have raised $100,000 of that $300,000, and we have a long way to go. And if these families come to our school, we'll have to raise more. So I ask that you take a long, hard look at this. I'm not saying that developing, or to the Yuki family, all due respect to them, like I said, I grew up here, I get it. I remember the orchards of Saratoga. There's still some there, to their great credit. But this, I don't think, is right for the schools. And I think if you devalue the schools, you devalue Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Melendor. Is that Melendori? Is that how you pronounce it? Melendor? Okay. Lee Quintana is after that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Zoe Mullendor, and I'm with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And we're here to express our support of the mixed-use community on the North 40 plan and site. By way of background, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group is a nonprofit trade association that represents nearly 400 companies in Silicon Valley. We advocate for a variety of economic health and quality of life issues across the region, including housing. As an organization, we are very excited by the North 40 plan. Large parcels are very rare in Silicon Valley today, and this project represents a great opportunity to integrate many aspects of everyday living in one location. As a young professional in Silicon Valley, I'm very excited to see that this project has a lot of mixed use and communal space. With changing demographics and more millennials entering the high-tech workforce, studies have shown that young professionals seek homes with more amenities and more communal space. My generation enjoys large yards, fire pits, game rooms, but do not need to solely own these commodities. We like to have communal spaces, but we don't need to have them just for ourselves. I'm thrilled to see a dog park, a market hall, an open space, all part of the North 40 plan. These are specific aspects that young professionals like me crave here in Silicon Valley, but rarely find. I would also like to conclude that although we are supportive of the plan, we as an organization were disappointed to see that the number of homes in the parcel dropped from 750 to just over 350. In times of economic prosperity, the short supply of housing in Silicon Valley is highlighted. We implore the council to refrain from reducing the number of homes further. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Cantata, Teresa Siguenza, I hope I got that right, and then Stephen Pratt are the next three.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue, and I'm going to apologize because I think I've lost my hearing in one ear right now, so I'm not sure if I'm speaking loud enough. I'd like to make some disclosures. I have worked on the original 1999 draft North 40 plan. I was on that committee. I was on the general plan committee at the time. I was on the planning commission. I worked on the 2000 general plan update. I attended all of the 2020 general plan advisory meetings and all the planning commission meetings and the city town council meetings. I have attended most of the North 40 advisory committees on this new plan, and I have read the plan more times than I would like to admit. I have also met several times with the representatives of Grosvenor and of Summerhill. I've also submitted detailed comments, and I would like to say that it feels to me like a deja vu of the 1999 plan, in that at the last minute, a lot of issues are coming up that unfortunately to me look like it might derail the project. I'm in support of this project. I think there are many good things about the specific plan, but I do think it needs some modifications, and this is a list that I have submitted before, I believe, and they're not specific recommendations. I did make some specific recommendations, but I don't particularly feel that it's the public's job to be the planner. By the way, I also forgot to mention in my disclosures that I have worked for 15 years for the city of San Jose as an environmental planner. One of the items that I looked at that I think could be adjusted, and this is a specific recommendation, more or less, is capping the amount of square footage for residential. The size of the residential projects make a big difference on the total intensity of a project. The density can stay the same, but the size will influence the intensity. I would like to talk a little bit about the difference between the 1999 plan and the current plan. The 1990 plan was much more specific than the current plan. It had flexibility, but the flexibility was in limits. It also stated that the overall objective of the plan was to ensure that the intent and spirit of the guidelines are followed. The ultimate goal of the town's architecture and site review process is to attain the best possible project design within the context of the town's development policies and regulations. It also had the exact same language in it that the current plan has about shalls and shoulds for standards and regulations. However, it was full of shalls and shoulds, and this plan has very few, and that's one of the things that I would recommend that be done. I do not believe this should be, can I finish my sentence?
Yes, you may finish your sentence.
I do not believe that this should be indefinitely continued again. I would ask the council to please direct the staff to make the changes that are necessary and bring it back in an expedient manner. 25 or 30 years of planning certainly should be enough to come up with a plan.
Thank you. I'm going to request that we have a 5-minute recess, give everybody a chance to stretch. Don't go home. We have plenty of speaker cards left, and I want everybody to have a chance to speak this evening. We will get through all the cards. So, and those in the lobby, please come forward and find a seat in the chambers if you please. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. For those who would like to remain, please find a seat. Those who are in the lobby, it looks like there's more seats available, so if you'd like to come sit in here with us, please do so. So calling on the speakers, 3 at a time. Teresa Seguin, do I got it? Stephen Pratt and Artie Zadagani. Those will be the next 3. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a resident of Highland Oaks Way, which is the cul-de-sac right off of Highland Oaks Drive, which is going to be the neighborhood that has the most impact of the North 40. It says seamlessly woven complementing neighborhoods. It will not complement our neighborhood at all. We already have a traffic issue, and if you've got the proposed cutting off of going left from Highland Oaks Drive onto Lark, that cuts our ability to use that street, but yet everybody is still okay to turn right on our Highland Oaks Drive in order to circumvent the traffic on Los Gatos Boulevard. And so our streets are going to have the most impact. Our streets and schools are already impacted. When Panera had the bomb threat, they detoured cars down Highland Oaks Drive for 1 hour. There was a steady stream of traffic. I wouldn't allow my kids to even go outside. Circulation of cars, the air quality the circulation of cars will increase, air quality will decrease. The electrical and water, when I moved in 2005, they were putting new wires above our houses to increase the electrical. The water, they were working on the water system to make the water pipes bigger for what they have already. They'll be doing that more. What good is senior housing when the traffic prohibits them easy access to and from their home, as well as the emergency vehicles? The current landowners have ways, they have had the luxury of their kids playing in safe open fields. Our kids don't have that luxury. They ride bikes on the street and sidewalks. We play baseball in our cul-de-sac. They didn't have to worry about their kids getting hit by a car turning right and speeding down Highland Oaks Drive to beat the traffic to Los Gatos Boulevard, or just want to make a U-turn on our cul-de-sac. We want a barrier, at least if this North 40 goes in, we want a barrier that allows emergency vehicles, but not all vehicles go down Highland Oaks Drive from Lark. The larger classrooms, the lower abilities, the lower expectations, they do not attract new residents. I have 4 kids. 2 went through the school system. 2 are now currently in the school system. To get them to and from school is we have to leave earlier every day. We get home later every evening because of the traffic. The traffic is going to be a mess. Please keep our streets safe. If you turn on Highland Oaks Drive, you go 20 feet, you run into 10 children playing constantly back and forth. You go another 30 feet, you run into 10 more children playing constantly. And they have a right to their freedom of playing outside in their front yards and not having to be in the backyard or not having to worry about the traffic on that street. So if the North 40 goes in, please put a barrier where Lark and Highland Oaks Drive is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Pratt, and this is actually the second time I've been here to speak on the North 40. I am Teresa's immediate next-door neighbor, and I'm also a neighbor of Kendra Burks. And the testimony that they've both given about the number of children and the dangers and threat that traffic poses to them is absolutely factual. You're welcome to come by any day and see that for yourself. I would like to second Teresa's suggestion to put up that temporary barrier. I have seen people speeding around that corner. I literally wanted to get in my car and chase them down and point out the fact that there were so many children right there. It is, it's shocking, especially if it's your children that have to be facing that traffic. The last time I was here, I stressed the point of traffic, as most of the people have this evening. I would like to say that the points that I made last time with regard to traffic was, given the amount of traffic that I had experienced most recently here in Los Gatos, but since school has gone back into session, it's a whole nother ballgame. We have almost 30% more traffic just on Los Gatos Boulevard turning left onto Lark Avenue already. And PAMF hasn't gone in, that other development near Netflix hasn't gone in. You can't expect anything. You can't expect the existing traffic systems to support the additional traffic. Something not only not only do you have to revisit the subject of the traffic, but a concerted effort has to be made to make a comprehensive plan to manage the flow of traffic in and out of that entire area, sufficiently so that people can be safe and get around, not like it is today. And the last thing I want to say is, I grew up in LA, and we had these freeways that were overburdened, and the suggestion was made and money was spent to add lanes and expand capacity. And all that did was add the number of cars that are on the road and the pollution. That's not a solution. We have to have a plan that actually deals with traffic in a productive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Artie Zahadani. Great pronunciation, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm with St. Anton Communities. Thank you for the privilege to address you this evening. We are a statewide mixed-use multifamily developer with an expertise in affordable housing, senior housing, and market rate housing. And we have the privilege of controlling some properties in the North 40. There are a number of smaller parcels on the Los Gatos Boulevard and Burton Road corner. And we've been tracking this process for some time now. You've done a tremendous job of allowing community input and having expertise at the podium on a number of occasions. And I know you've been very judicious with your efforts this evening, so I'll just cut to the chase and focus on one point to express our support for the findings of the Planning Commission. Specifically, the Planning Commission asks you in their detailed recommendations on it's on the second page of the recommendations, on table 2.1, they asked you to provide more flexibility, I'm reading this verbatim, by deleting the note saying residential only allowed in Northern District when located above commercial. I urge you respectfully to follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for a number of reasons, but the key reason is that you're not approving projects this evening. Hopefully you're approving a specific plan. And when projects do come before you, I suggest you allow some flexibility in the applicant's proposals. For example, if you're putting senior housing in a Northern District and it's required to have horizontal or vertical mixed use, the parking requirements for the mixed use component could hamper the ability to have senior above. You could use a corner of the site for the mixed use component, have 3 stories of senior housing, allow smaller, more accessible units, but again, that'll be a discretionary decision that the Planning Commission appointed officials and or elected officials will make in the future. So thank you for your time this evening. I hope you take consideration of my comments.
We have a couple questions for you, starting with Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't catch, you were trying to get as much said as you could. So at the beginning, after your name, did you say you control the Burton Road properties? I didn't get that.
Sorry, it's been a long evening and I wanted to be good with your time. We own 4 parcels, likely to be 5 small parcels that assemble up to about 4.2 acres. The answer is yes.
On Burton Road, yes. Okay.
And on Los Gatos Boulevard, so they front both sides.
All right, and so your point to us is not to limit the kind of housing that the specific plan currently does for the northern part?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Ms. Spector asked you my questions, but I have another one. We've heard several people tonight talk about the value of a comprehensive application and a build-out, et cetera. Now, clearly, you are a developer independent from the one that everyone is thinking of. So have you done any coordination with Grosvenor? How do you see yourself fitting into infrastructure improvements, street improvements, traffic improvements, so that we don't end up with the piecemeal development that we've been trying to avoid on the North 40 since the early 90s?
That's a great question, and it's going to require a 45-second answer at least. So we've built 7,000 units in 40 projects throughout the state, about 2,000 in the Bay Area, and I'd say at least half of them were in specific plans. And the value of a specific plan is that you have a roadmap, and at a future date you have a public facilities financing plan, and then there are private interaction between the developers to both fund and phase infrastructure as needed for the specific project. And then to answer your earlier question, our discussions with the master developers have only been preliminary in that we're following the specific plan and we're honoring what the council and appointed folks and most importantly the residents are asking for, and we're going to be coming in with an application when and if the specific plan is adopted. But no, we have not been closely coordinating. We've been following the public discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Next three speakers, Maria Gerst, Matthew Hudays, and Ann Robinson.
Thank you. I'm Maria Gerst. I live on 16639 Shannon Road. As a citizen and parent here in Los Gatos, I am concerned about the North 40 project. I heard one gentleman state here earlier that there are not enough services on the north side, and while I sympathize with him, I am not sure how adding more high-density housing will help his situation. Having the majority of the housing of the North 40 on the Los Gatos side will only increase traffic and fill our schools beyond capacity. As a parent involved in the schools, I have found that many people in the community do not understand that although we are a wealthy area, we are not a wealthy school district. From what I understand, the Los Gatos School District will be the lowest funded per student school district in the county in just a few years, and one of the lowest in the state. As you heard Kelly Duvall speak earlier, the parents make up the difference in this funding. Currently, the Home and School Club at Blossom Hill School is spending $441 per child. We are asking $325 per child for every family that comes in. This is not including what the Los Gatos Education Foundation asked for. They asked for an additional amount of money in the tune of $650 per child. This makes up almost $1,000 per child just to educate with what we have today. I've also heard that people think that adding on to our schools would be a good idea. Although we may have some capacity to move up somehow, I'm not sure how putting what we already have is currently 700 students over at Blossom Hill or close to it, how adding another 500 students would make that a great idea for an elementary school. I cherish the fact that our students know each other and that our principal walks around and knows the students. I don't think making it a university style will help further our children's education. Also, I just want to add that the school system here is what make our property values very high. If we see a deterioration in the school district, we will see a deterioration in our property values, and I want people to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, please come forward.
Good evening, Matthew Hudas, Madrone Avenue in Los Gatos. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this important matter, and I appreciate the honor of having served on the advisory committee and being given the opportunity to provide input to this process. I'm actually not sure why this is before the council now. I would like to talk more about sort of process than some of the specifics that are in this. I'm not sure why the staff is recommending that the EIR be certified and the plan approved. There are significant deficiencies that the Planning Commission caused the Planning Commission to fail to make a recommendation on the plan and to go beyond that and state that they could not certify the EIR due to specific deficiencies. At this point, I don't believe in the 2 weeks or so or 3 weeks since that transpired that staff has addressed these or the volume of comments that came on the EIR about 2 months ago. The major issues that I see in deficiencies are the failure to include any kind of case studies relative to urban decay and economic impact, such as both positive case studies as well as negative ones, such as the City of Woodland, which has had litigation from a deficient urban decay analysis. failure to identify the actual square footage of downtown retail space in comparison to the 400,000 square feet that are being recommended or allowed in the specific plan. Failure to correct the EIR based on the comments that have been made, especially in the area of urban decay impact, where adding 50% of supply of retail to the community will have no urban decay impact in a community where the downtown, in the numbers of the EIR, have shown a decline in retail of 34% since 2000. I don't believe that the goal should be to eliminate competition with the downtown. I think competition is good for the downtown, and we will have a more vibrant one. But we need to look at the playing field and make sure that we have a level playing field that enables that competition to help our downtown. And more importantly, failing to follow a process that allowed incorporation of input from the EIR to the specific plan. This is essentially the process that's been followed. This is the plan. This is the process that's recommended by the state of California, that the EIR be brought in a draft and then specific plan be revised based on what comes out of that EIR. And so at this point, I think it's important to look at what are the options. So for instance, a focus group, which the staff recommends occur after the adoption of the specific plan, to me is pointless. These issues need to be addressed in advance. These are the options that I see, and I leave it, of course, to your judgment. You have much more experience than I do, but I think the plan should be rejected, should not be certified, should be returned to the Planning Commission to hold study groups on these topics, or to reactivate or to initiate something similar to the advisory committee with the information that has come back from the EIR. So appreciate the opportunity.
Matthew, we have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matthew, Mr. Hudes, I was actually looking forward to you speaking, and I was hoping that you were going to. Let's assume, for the sake of this question, that I was finding challenges with the EIR, and one of my challenges was the term urban decay. So let's put aside why those of us on the North 40 Advisory Committee might think that I think urban decay is a challenging word. If we were to do an economic analysis of the impact on downtown, you mentioned you needed, or one would need, the square footage of downtown retail. That one is definitive for me. Then you said level playing field. That one was vague and ambiguous to me. So what specifically, as you stand here today, what specifically do you think we would need to do an economic analysis of the impact? Because I think urban decay is the wrong word, and I think Woodland, even though I love that case, I think Woodland is the wrong analysis also.
Mm-hmm. So in terms of an economic analysis, I think there are examples of that. I'd actually provided some to staff some time ago, and I believe that an independent economist, one that is not paid by the developer, could provide an analysis of really three things. What's the potential economic activity that could be generated in the North 40? Now, some of that has been done with the leakage analysis. The second point is potential economic activity, positive and negative, that occur in areas that are close to North 40 and in downtown as a result of activity in the North 40. And the third thing is activity, both positive and negative, in the downtown that could be a result of activity in the North 40. So those are all things that could be considered I believe in an economic analysis.
May I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It would seem to me, and you're more knowledgeable on this than I, it would seem to me one of the things you talked about was an economic expert not associated or not paid by the developer. I know how people find experts, and experts come in all sizes and shapes. Do you have any input on how that expert would be located?
I could provide some examples to town staff of reports that I've seen that I believe have been developed in that vein. I just don't believe that was done in this case.
Are there certain, is it like the head of an accounting firm or, economists with Cal or Stanford? Is there a certain category of person that we would be looking for?
It would be an urban economist who has done multiple studies, has a track record of performing this kind of analysis. And I believe that some of that analysis was done initially, but it was only focused on on leakage. It was not focused on the other points. People with similar qualifications to the group that actually did that first study, but to take on the other elements that should be included. You mentioned something that was a bit vague, and maybe I can clarify that as well. There were certain controls that were considered by the advisory committee that were put aside. And as a member of the advisory committee, I had one opinion about it, and others, I'm sure, had opinions about why we didn't finish that. My opinion was we were going to see the EIR and come back to it. And so some of the controls, I could go through some of those, but some of them are simple, like changing the wording on retail to say that it is principally or primarily serving the town's unmet needs, not just serving the town's unmet needs. It could also include some things that were suggested earlier, such as limiting retail spaces of less than 5,000 feet to maybe to not having them at all, or to limit them to a maximum of 60,000 square feet. So there are specific controls that could be put in place with the kind of data that I've suggested.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor.
Councilwoman Spector asked some of my questions, but I just want to expand. At the Planning Commission, you said that the market studies that we had decent data but poor analysis. Could you just expand on that a little bit for me and tell me what analysis, other than what you've already said, if there's anything else that you think is needed?
Yeah, I think that it all adds up to the area that I focused on, which was in the urban decay, apologize for that term, and it was in looking at particularly looking at what was happening in the economy in the downtown and in Los Gatos in general. I believe that the conclusion that was reached was that the town had a vibrant economy and there would be no impact of adding this capacity. When in fact, when I ran the same numbers and looked at it, I saw a 34% decline in retail since 2000. And it just gets to the point, to me, that the advisory committee or a public interactive body like that is the right place to challenge some of these things and to have that conversation and discussion so that we get to a better answer.
I think two more.
Go ahead.
My understanding, and maybe you have a better understanding than me, maybe you don't, but I'm just going to throw it out. When I look at the market studies and I see what the definition that is used for urban decay, I read it as stores close and they don't get, and they stay vacant versus being reused. But they could be reused for a house or an office building or a warehouse or something. Is that your same understanding of how that term is being used?
Yes, it could be. The condition that I worry about is where the use in downtown is significantly degraded and the desirable place for retail becomes the North 40, and therefore you end up with things that do not attract the kind of center of town that we currently have from the vibrant downtown.
Follow-up. So that's my understanding. And so is urban decay the right, I'm going to go back to Councilwoman Spector, the right term to use, or is it a better term to use economic analysis? Because we're not really talking about vacant properties being reused as something that's not retail. We're talking about impacts on the retail that's downtown. So how would we properly define that if, under your scenario, we were to go to an independent expert and say, this is what we need to look at?
Well, I think I may have answered, but I'm happy to expand a little bit. I think there's two places for it. One could be in the urban decay analysis and expanding to be more similar to other urban decay analyses that I've seen and provided to town staff that go deeper into looking at the economic impacts than what's been performed here. The other place and the other suggestion that might be considered is to require this economic comprehensive analysis be done in conjunction with an application for development, because then it's a little more clear about what that is. And either of or both of those mechanisms could be used to do the economic analysis.
One more, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm a little bit confused by your last two alternatives, in that when you first started your comments, you were essentially saying that you felt there were deficiencies in the EIR. So if the urban study or the market study was done in conjunction with an application, that would assume that the EIR had already been certified. Is that, are you just giving me alternatives, or are you suggesting that that's a different way to go?
I'm just giving alternatives because I obviously don't know how you want to handle this, but it seems there is one alternative, which is to fix the EIR essentially and do a more thorough economic analysis as part of the EIR. The other would be to require a comprehensive analysis be included with an application.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
I want to, I think we may be losing our audience here. Okay. My sense is we went through this a couple of times with the North 40 specific plan advisory body. And as a result, I think we moved on beyond that. The question was primarily, are we going to get anything out of this that's going to help us understand the dynamic of what a North 40 development, how that impacts the other commercial centers of the town, particularly the downtown. But you referenced the Woodland issue, which was a suit against the city of Woodland, and I'm curious if the attorney would be willing to very briefly indicate the relationship of that to what we're talking about here, if there is a relationship.
I'll try to be briefly. The Woodlands case didn't really create any new groundbreaking case law or anything new in regards to CEQA. In that case, Woodlands did a urban decay analysis, and that urban decay analysis found that there would be significant impacts on the downtown area if that development went through. So it wasn't that the urban analysis study was found defective or deficient. What happened was once the town found that there was going to be a significant impact, they provided no mitigation measures for that significant impact, and they didn't do any overriding considerations. So that was the issue in that case. They didn't address the significant impacts that were going to occur from the urban analysis. In this case, our CEQA analysis has found that there is insignificant impacts, and therefore there is no mitigation that's necessary. Now, you might not agree with that analysis, or you might have to, if the council wants further analysis, you can do that. But as we stand right now, the CEQA document says that there is insignificant impacts, which differentiates it completely from the Woodlands Hills case. And as I said, there wasn't really anything groundbreaking about that case.
All right, no further questions. Thank you for your patience in answering all those this evening. Ann Robinson, Jennifer Grewal, and Eileen Warner are next.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. First, I just want to say that I am for developing the North 40. I'm not anti-development. I just want it to be appropriate for the town of Los Gatos. I have a couple of concerns. One is to protect the mountain views. There are no maximum height limitations in the transition district and the northern district. I'd like language to include a maximum height limitation in those districts. The second concern is to balance the development to spread the housing over the 3 districts. And for example, if you allow the Lark district and the transition district to be developed, that 2/3 of the housing and 2/3 of the commercial is to be allowed to be developed, so that we get to use the option of the mixed use housing in the northern district. The third thing is the connectivity. And the plan is currently located outside of the established core or transit station area. So if you could suggest language that would include safe connectivity of the North 40 with the Los Gatos Creek Trail, having a trail that joins the North 40 to the Los Gatos Creek Trail will lessen traffic congestion on Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard by giving pedestrians and cyclists an easy and safe route to the North 40. Also, it will connect the North 40 to the rest of Los Gatos, Campbell, San Jose. It will allow the children in the North 40 to ride safely to Los Gatos schools, and it will fulfill the general plan's goals to promote a pedestrian and bike-friendly town. And I would prefer the bridge, if that's possible. I know that's a long shot, but I think the bridge would be a much safer route than trying to modify Lark Avenue. The fourth thing is traffic, of course, which has been mentioned several times tonight. I did not read any mitigation measures that were going to have a significant impact on the increase in traffic created by the North 40. I keep hearing about the Vasona Light Rail mitigating traffic, but I don't see that being built for a long, long time. And even if it is built, I don't see it making a significant difference in traffic congestion. I agree with Tom O'Donnell that the experience does not match the EIR reports. One way to reduce traffic is to reduce both the housing and the commercial square footage by 25%, and that was also mentioned by John Shepherdson. The North 40 property is the buffer to Los Gatos. In the general plan, it states that when residents drive south on Highway 17, cross over 85, see the beautiful town of Los Gatos nestled at the base of the Santa Cruz Mountains, they know they are home. People are now going to see the North 40. Let's make it look and feel like Los Gatos, not San Jose or Campbell, and make it with a small town character. It also says Los Gatos is an oasis of calm within one of the major economic engines of the world, Silicon Valley. I hope we can keep that when we develop the North 40. We are in the need right now of the town council with vision and leadership. When I say vision, I mean a vision for Los Gatos 10 plus years from now, after Campbell redevelops, Dell redevelops, El Camino redevelops, Albright is built, and all the other developments. Los Gatos needs leaders who will protect our quality of life, follow the general plan guidelines, incorporate alternate means of travel besides a car, and create safe bikes and pedestrian routes. This is the time for you to take your time and send the specific plan back to the Planning Commission and make sure you approve the best possible plan for the future of Los Gatos.
Thank you. Jennifer Grewal.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Graywall. I live in Charter Oaks. Anne is my neighbor. I would like to say that I can cut to the chase by saying Larry Arzi spoke a lot about what I wanted to discuss. The gentleman that spoke before Anne spoke a lot. The one thing I have to add about that is I did ask around, and the best estimate I could get is that there is about 225,000 square feet of retail in downtown Los Gatos. If there's 500,000 of retail allowed at the North 40, and you take 10% of that, that's 50,000, which is roughly 17 3,000 square foot stores, which directly impact that 225,000 square feet that we do have in Los Gatos as potential places for them to move, because the North 40 will have parking, which is huge. Downtown doesn't have anything that will allow retail outlets to have easy in and out with their customers, like the North 40 most likely will have. I would like to consider baby boxes, which would allow us to capture some of the stuff that is leaving Los Gatos, the REI type stores that we do not have here. I urge you to send this back to the Planning Commission so that their detailed recommendations can be vetted and incorporated into this plan. As an aside, I would also like to say that the traffic concerns are mine, the school concerns are mine, but the housing, the thing that Diane Abadi mentioned, that senior housing would be 55 plus and probably not have kids into it. At 55, my husband and I will have one 14-year-old child and two 9-year-old children. We are the face of parents now. We are the people that chose to have kids at an older age, and we are the people that can move into that senior housing with our existing children. So it's not just the grandkids, it's the kids.
Thank you. Eileen Warner, Sandy Decker, Jim Russell, and Carol Tinsley are the next three.
Good evening, Council. Council, this plan is so flawed that it simply can't be the basis by which you make the biggest land use decision in the history of this town. The last economic vitality study was done in 2011, and look what's happened in 4 years. Look at the rules that have been bent to accommodate an explosion in bars and restaurants downtown. How can we possibly use anything but the actual use of today for a projection of downtown versus North 40 commercial uses? What about the use of formula retail? How about the concentration of services like beauty and nail salons and businesses on street levels that we tried to restrict? Should we do a different CUP? Should we create one for downtown as a process and then yet another for the North 40? Will that solve the unmet residential needs or create a congested regional shopping center? All this needs future study. Where's the input from the other 15 property owners? The impact on them as this mega project evolves is invaluable, and yet it's sorely absent from this study. As I remember, the Hirschmans had to build an amazingly convoluted connection to existing utilities and a redesign of Los Gatos Boulevard street configuration because of the surprises in the project's topography. The last infrastructure design that I remember was done 15 to 18 years ago. Last, may I remind you how it feels when you drive into the tree-lined corridor along Highway 17 that tells you that your Los Gatos home is close. What will it look like when this project is built? That urban tree-lined buffer will be gone, replaced by a mass of concrete that will now be the gateway to our town. There is no provision or mention in this plan of a replacement of that unique tree screen, which is a defining element in our town's character. Why are we hurrying so fast to do this wrong? Thank you.
Jim Russell.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jim Russell, Pine Avenue, Los Gatos. I've been living there for 32 years. I'm speaking tonight just simply on the education issue of the North 40 and just to propose a thought to try to deal with that issue. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, you don't have any control over this thought, but it's a way to look at this somewhat differently that might lead to a solution to the school district's problem and thus somewhat to a traffic problem that a school could provide there or increase. My idea to explore is the specific plan has been set up to try to align housing with people who would not have children, which then, of course, the children negatively impact the schools. We've heard from the superintendent that the schools are overcrowded. I believe the high school district is in the same boat. I spent my career in education. I was a high school principal at Lee for 10 years. So I know what happens. I know people move into houses, try to get fake addresses, do everything they can to try to get into the areas where there are good schools. As good a school as Lee was, we had many people that would try any way they could to get into the Los Gatos schools. So the point made by the superintendent is accurate, I believe. No matter what the size of those housing facilities are, people are going to move in and they're going to have kids going to the schools, which apparently is going to be a negative impact on those schools. So how do we deal with that? One of the things was, well, it's 90% in the Los Gatos side and 10% in the Campbell, and I assume it's the Cambrian Elementary District side. Well, we can't try to realign, I mean, you could try to realign that, but based on my experience, what will happen is the non-Los Gatos parcels, once there are families there, they will appeal to have those parcels moved into the Los Gatos school districts, even if they didn't start there. The Los Gatos school districts will deny it because they don't have room. The Campbell and the Cambrian districts will deny it because they don't want to lose the kids. And then it falls to the County Board of Education to make the decision, and it's out of everyone's hands. My thinking is this. The project has been set up to try to focus the housing away from families. How do we, and one of the main reasons is to not negatively impact the schools. Well, what's the simplest solution to not negatively impact the schools? Simple, not easy. Don't allow the kids to go to the Los Gatos schools. Now, how do you do that? Well, this is the tough part. You get the school districts to talk to each other and try to get the Los Gatos school districts to cede those areas in the North 40 to the Campbell and the Cambrian district. Therefore, from the front end, anybody going in and buying a residential in that area will know that their kids are going to not go to the Los Gatos schools. Now, there is an impact, but not a huge one, because right now the property taxes are agricultural, and that's not a huge impact. So it's an idea to explore. Whether it's feasible is another issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question for you from Councilmember McNutt.
Trying to sneak out as quick as I could.
Oh, no, you're not going to get away that easy. So this is something new that I've not heard of, that I don't think of. So you're saying that this seeding idea is different from moving the actual boundary. It's a different process?
Well, no, it would be that. It would be changing the boundaries of the school districts.
Okay.
Would have to go through that whole process.
Oh, yeah.
With the school districts working with the county of Ed to change the boundaries in that particular area.
Okay, I thought it was a different version of that than what we had already heard of. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Carol Tinsley, Nick Goddard, and Gina Robinas are next three.
Good evening. I'm Carol Tinsley. I live at 16555 South Kennedy Road in Los Gatos. And many of the problems cited tonight are a direct result of the recent planned communities. And they were not caused by this development that's being considered, but I think we all know that this is the tipping point, you know, for many reasons in our town, and that's why I'm here tonight. The general feeling that I hear amongst my peers is that we're relieved that our kids are getting out while they, I have a middle schooler in 7th grade, and I have a sophomore at the high school, and we're all like, shoo, we're dodging a bullet. And it's true. I feel sorry for families who have kids in the elementary schools. They're so overcrowded. I've talked ad infinitum about this at school board meetings. I was on the planning commission, the 2022 Imagine committee, so I know what they're facing. I live on the east side of town, and the quality of our lives has declined. That trend is just going to continue. The traffic is horrible. The kids are crammed in their schools. The cafeterias are too small. The bathroom facilities are not enough. It's unsafe. Parents do ridiculous things like drop their kids in the median when they're running late for school. Fisher is a snake pit. People do not follow the traffic rules. It's just going to get worse with more kids into the system. So that's what we're struggling with as a community. And I'm not adverse to development, but when it comes at the expense of, the people who have been the bread and butter of this town and who have, bought the pre-used housing for top dollar, and to watch the development go up to our detriment it's hard to swallow, because we all chose to be here intentionally, and we understand why people would want to be there, but we just want to have it be a win-win for everybody. And I don't think that that's going to happen in this current incarnation. The only reason I can think that all the housing is in the Los Gatos Union School District is because it's going to drive a higher dollar for those home sales. And there may be other reasons that elude me, but I just don't understand. Anyway, I digress. So I think basically we have seen that this project the train is on the tracks. It's going to go in one form or another. So I think it's left to the town and the developer and the school districts to come together and solve these problems of congestions on the streets and in the schools. The ideal solution would be either to limit to senior housing or a higher proportion of senior housing, or set aside land for a school. Doesn't sound like that's been well received on the developer side. Failing that, the simplest and most immediate thing that can be done is for the town and community members to pressure the school district to rezone that parcel, similar to what you were saying. We do have a brand new $25 million facility up in the mountains that's only 50% utilized, and it could take it away from Van Meter Elementary. It could easily, Summerhill has publicly said that they could easily add that to the homeowners' covenants, and so before even one unit is sold, that would be just a further deterrent to parents to buy into the school district if they know they're going to have to ship their kids up there. So I know I'm getting the hook. So busing would be also very well received, I think, if we could work that out. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Tinsley. Nick, seeing none. Nick Goddard. Gina Robinos.
Good evening. My name is Gina Robinos, and I'll be speaking on behalf of my family, the Agostinos. We've owned land on Los Gatos Boulevard for over 50 years. Many people call it an eyesore because it's where Enterprise Building is, right there on the main strip. We haven't been able to develop or do any improvements on our land for years. So not just working with this developer, but for years. I've gone, probably 10 years ago, I came to the town and asked, how are we looking on doing anything? And there was nothing that could, at that time, even in place. Other developers have come, and they weren't even clear or even gone this far. What has happened, not being able to do anything to my property, is, it ties my hands to not being able to update or develop. We've had tenants about 8 years ago when the recession hit. we couldn't really do anything when tenants left. So we were tied to what we had here. We've tried to do updates, but we've never been able to. Not moving the specific plan forward and proceeding, getting approved, we've been probably waiting over 20 years for this to happen. So when people say that, let's take our time, let's look at this, I get it, and I get what they're saying, but at the same time, I hope that everyone considers not just the developer, but the current landowners that have been part of Los Gatos for 50 plus years. I'm not able to do anything with my land. So I hope they consider all that, because for us, getting this and moving it forward and making it into place and getting it approved, it will enable us to do what we need to that property and that location. We've waited a long period of time, and through this period of time, my grandparents have passed away, my parents have passed away. So for us as a family, we've waited over 15, 20 years for this plan to get into place. So I get everyone is worried about what's going to happen, but for us, we're hoping that you consider all the landowners on that property and how not getting this approved and moving it forward affects them, not the developer, because it affects me, and I'm a current landowner of Los Gatos. My family has been for over 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councilmember Spector.
Hello.
Hi.
Would you just tell me, I know you said it, but where is your property?
You know where Enterprise is?
Yes.
That whole acre.
Around Enterprise?
Mm-hmm. So the tavern is, if you're looking at Enterprise, it's Enterprise, a white building, the tavern. So we don't have the tavern, but we have an acre of Los Gatos. So my grandfather basically developed that in years ago. I took dance lessons at Alice Faye Dancers that was on the second floor. I've been part of this for many, many years. So my hands have been tied for years, not able to do anything.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to remind everybody, if there's anybody else that wishes to speak, we're getting near the bottom of the pile here, and I was going to call up the developer and the representatives to speak last. So the next two cards I have are James Paulson and Jan Olson, and then the last two will be representatives from Summerhill Homes and Grosvenor, unless someone else turns in their card. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I live on Oakdale Drive in the Highland Oaks neighborhood, and I've raised two children here in Los Gatos. I've gone through all the school systems. One of my daughters now a school teacher in Lynbrook, and my son works retail here in town. And as an engineer, I've commuted out of this valley for all my career. And I've always appreciated coming home to our nice community. But as with all communities, they grow over time, especially successful ones and nice places to live, such as Los Gatos. I had the pleasure back in the 80s of working with Ron Harder, helping to get the first parcel tax going with the Dad's Club. And agree with the need for additional schools. That clearly when children, the bigger the school, the less close-knit communities are in a school system, even in a town, and then you have more challenges with students and the whole impact of class size and so on. But the primary reason I'm here tonight is because of the impacts that the growth of the town has had on our neighborhood, on the Highlands Oaks area. As been talked about here tonight, the amount of traffic that cuts through our neighborhood has been an issue for a very long time. We tried to get that street closed about 15 years ago because of the traffic, and now it's even much worse, to the point where now the exposure in our neighborhood is such that in the past year we've had 4 burglaries within a stone throw of my house being the last one a week ago. All of my wife's rings were stolen, my rings were stolen. They were in our house for like 5 minutes, kicked in the back door. They were watching our house during the middle of the day between 1 and 3:30 in the afternoon. I've been working with a detective here. And it's very frustrating to see this happening. They've been casing our neighborhood. They sit outside in their cars. That's what they found out. They've been watching the houses. They wait till we leave. They race in. They steal our things. So now we're putting up a security system, camera system, to try to help ourselves. My big concern is the impacts on our neighborhood and not waiting for the North 40, which obviously someday will get developed one way or the other. But the impact is today on our neighborhood. And I would like to see Highland Oaks closed as soon as possible for emergency vehicle use only. It's a nightmare. Lark Avenue is being called a 4-lane road right there, but it's clearly not because of the impact of the classic car wash that's there when people are stopping trying to get in. That closes down one lane completely. Everyone races around. I'm sure everyone in this room has driven through that intersection. It's going to be horribly worse with the North 40. I don't think there's any solution for traffic in there. It's just going to be a gridlock, and that's what it's going to be. It's just, there's no two ways around that. But I look forward to having that as an option to walk to for shopping or whatever that might be. It would be fairly nice for us. Again, if we can mitigate the impacts to our neighborhoods so it doesn't get destroyed and we get, some urban loss in our neighborhood, which we've already experienced a lot of recently. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jan Olson.
Hello, I'm Jan Olson. I live on Lester Lane, right behind the Office Depot. And we're talking about history and going back. We've been in our house 20 years. I was part of a charrette in 1994 that looked at Los Gatos Boulevard and how the whole thing was going to be designed in the look, because the Nissan dealership, the vacant Nissan dealership, was under contract, wanted to be under contract by Office Depot, and everybody was up in arms. Oh my God, we're going to have a chain in our town. Our town's now all chains. But it was really important about the look of Los Gatos Boulevard, about the height. Man, there were so many discussions about the height of Office Depot and about the pedestrian friendliness of the boulevard. I mean, that drove everything. And here we are 20 years later, and actually there might be something going on with the North 40. Everybody in the charrette had a different discussion about what they envisioned the North 40. And actually, I am excited to see something happening. I dread the traffic. I dread the fact that everything is being pushed down to one end, which gets me to, I dread, like Highland Oaks has the issue of the cut-through, Leicester is a cut-through on the other side of Los Gatos Boulevard for people trying to avoid Los Gatos Boulevard. They cut through and they come out in Camino, and then they avoid all those lights at Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard. And I'm not quite sure. We're a little nervous about how that's going to all get affected by this. I really do want to see a height restriction. We worked really hard to get that 35 feet and stay with it for the Office Depot. We like to look out. We like seeing. I think that going up higher is going to be really tough. One of the things I would like to know about is, at one of the committee meetings, I went to a North 40 committee meeting, and the developer had said something about, the 3 districts, and the 2 south districts were going to be developed first, and the third one was way down the line because that was going to be the Yuki family compound. So when everybody's talking about this whole thing with the plan, and they're talking about all 3 districts, but is it really going to be all 3 districts? Or is everything going to get crammed into the 2 districts? And who knows when that last one, the north one, is going to end up getting developed? And and the other thing, as far as asking about services to service the north people, ask us. There's only been a couple of neighborhood things, but it was all driven by the developer. So we're all going, we're not going to go to this. We want something by the town. Ask us, ask our neighborhood, Camino, Leicester, Penn, all of us on the other side. We're just as directly affected as going to be the Highland Oaks people. What do we want on our side of town? Do we go downtown for services? I go downtown because my daughter works at Walgreens and I have to pick her up. Other than that, where else do I go shopping? And so, come ask us. We'd love to give you our opinion. We'd have a wonderful neighborhood meeting. I'll have it at my house. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So Don Capobres and Wendy Baker.
Good evening. I'm Don Capobres with Grosvenor. I've been waiting 6 years for these 3 minutes.
Actually, you have it.
Now I get 4. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You have, actually combined, you have 10 plus 5 for a rebuttal. So.
Well, I'll take Wendy's 8 then and
okay.
leave her with 2. But anyways, I'm going to steal a page out of Andy Wu's playbook and talk about some history here tonight. The specific plan before you is a product of a quarter century of evolution. In May of 1992, the town entered into an agreement with the Yuki family and the Santa Clara County Traffic Authority for construction of a stormwater pipe through Highway 17. At that time, the town realized it needed an outlet for growth, future revenue, and planning for increased traffic capacity. Specifically, the agreement made the widening of Los Gatos Boulevard possible. It's another example of how the town has collaborated with the Yuki family over the years as well. The draft specific plan was completed in 1999, as has been mentioned, but not adopted. I've been told in my many talks with community members that the reason for stalling out was 1, the lack of developer input to understand feasibility of the plan, and 2, the desire to include housing on the North 40 to accommodate growing housing needs. The 2000 general plan is interestingly silent on the North 40, and in the mid-2000s, properties began to develop piecemeal without any real filters on them. You know, this really was a time to develop if you have a retail mind like we do. However, we started talking to the family towards the end of 2008, and by then the glorious window of development opportunity had shut. 2009, Town Council directed the General Plan Committee to begin drafting the 2020 General Plan, and now with a requirement for a North 40 specific plan. The program for the North 40 included up to 750 residential units and a limit of 580,000 square feet of commercial. Now, I know those were limits, and I know there's some controversy with those numbers, but that higher density factored into the traffic projections of the general plan. Not only did they factor into the traffic generation projections, but they factored into long-range planning for future services. For example, Los Gatos Unified School District based its bond measure in 2010 on these general plan numbers. In an email from Superintendent Richard Whitmore at that time on April 30th, 2010, quote, our demographic study contemplated about 700 units across the entire district, with about 300 plus of those units being in the North 40 attendance area. Our bond initiative is intended to meet those demographic projections. The bond initiative passed in 2010 by the voters of Los Gatos. In 2011, the first iteration of the specific plan was prepared and allowed up to 555 residential units and up to 582,000 square feet of commercial, not including a hotel. By this time, a project called Albright had been daylighted. In preparation for the CEQA process, a joint Planning Commission and Town Council study session was held on January 9th, 2012. The reset button was hit that night. Thankfully, and I maybe should say mercifully, in March of that year, Town Council provided us with a vision statement that changed the lens through which we look at the North 40. I feel it's a lens that has allowed us to move forward, and it's a lens that balances competing interests well. We have a lot to share. I encourage you to ask questions of our team, and we respectfully request that you approve the specific plan and EIR without further delay.
Oh, he saved me 6 minutes. It's pretty rare. Good evening. I'm Wendy Baker with Summerhill Homes, and tonight I want to talk about process, implementation, and opportunities. In the last 4 years, over 30 town meetings have been held to discuss the North 40 specific plan. Our team has also hosted many meetings. The variety of opinions range from the expected and very human reaction of curiosity, fear, and just keep it as it is, to support, excitement, and downright enthusiasm. But the latter is always tempered by the former. I'm reminded of a quote from The Alchemist: "We are afraid of losing what we have." After years, this specific plan is before you tonight, as are numerous residents with a list of concerns not so different than what we have heard throughout the process, concerns which ultimately drove the vision statement and guiding principles. As someone seeking to implement this specific plan, I want to address some of these. Regarding schools, the school district has released their thoughts, which are actually well managed by the specific plan itself. Their idea of using current new home generator multipliers from developments consisting of 3 to 4,000 square foot, 4 to 6 bedroom, single-family detached homes conflicts with the specific plan, and which outright bans specific single-family detached homes, and instead distinctly targets an unmet needs, millennial and move-down buyer. So the specific plan won't allow the product to be built, which is ultimately resulting in this proposed multiplier. Simply stated, we can't build this. We can't build this. And even if we did, it looks to me like the newly expanded Lexington will more than cover these 180 projected students. Regarding traffic, it seems counterintuitive that the North 40 can actually result in improved traffic flow, but implementation of the town's desired capital improvement plan can do just that. It also seems counterintuitive that modifying the TIA to include the updated Dell Avenue plan would result in a decreased percentage of the North 40's project traffic, understandably causing heads to shake over why the North 40 would then be responsible for less, not more, of the fair share in local roadway improvements. Regarding bicycle and pedestrian connectivity, there are opportunities to improve the corridor, and we have found a way to connect bike lanes from Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard to the Los Gatos Creek Trail. It took a lot of conversations with a lot of different agencies, but we are here with an exciting solution. We hear the concerns that the plan is too vague, so we encourage you to consider reasonable ceilings which still allow the plan to evolve over time. We know what we can't build. We can't build single-family detached homes. We can't build big box retail. We can't build anything over 25 feet on Lark or Los Gatos Boulevard. We can't build another large tech campus. But we hear about hypothetical 100-foot towers, so it would be reasonable to limit the transition district to 45 feet, similar to downtown restrictions, and up to 55 feet with architectural and site approval. Capping 10% of tenant space at under 3,000 square feet also seems fair to alleviate concerns over competition with downtown. And because we can't know tenants at this stage, once specific plan project applications come forward, let's study impacts and continue to have the open discussions. Several important items are included in our letter on record that we would appreciate consideration of. After 6 years of process, for us to come right out of the gate with specific plan amendments merely for implementation matters would indeed be unfortunate. We would be happy to answer any questions about these. Years in the making, and this plan documents the wants and needs of the town, and once implemented will provide a realization of the town's vision for this very special property. Thank you, and we welcome any questions.
Questions from council. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I'm going to try and take, 4 hours and give you the what I consider the most difficult questions that have come up. You mentioned the TIA, the Campbell. What is your input on modifying the study of the EIR to include the 3 million plus Campbell plan?
Right, so there's two things, and I think the town staff has done a great job in my experience with the EIRs, and I have enough of a base here to speak a little bit about it. I think there's a legal element as far as what is required as a part of what's at the NOP process, and at that time, that's what you study. So that there's the legal requirement. But once you actually study the impacts of a larger development, interestingly, and the traffic engineers could confirm it, the percentage share of the traffic that the North 40 actually has on the traffic flow in these corridors is decreased because you have more traffic overall. It's this interesting quandary, and that's why it doesn't make sense to people as far as, okay, well, you have to pay fair share, but now suddenly your fair share has gone down for local roadway improvements. And that doesn't make sense to us, and we wouldn't propose that. So there is a bit of a quandary here. You can always expand the study. It doesn't need to be done necessarily for legal purposes, but for curiosity purposes. But it might open up things that maybe are counterintuitive.
Well, let me follow up with her. I can understand the reduction in the percentage shares when you get a larger number on one side versus the number on the other side. I get that. But what is your take on the impact of the traffic congestion at your critical intersections there?
Sure. So I think that it's also interesting because the EIR takes a look at what project requirements would be versus these capital improvements. And that's a hard thing for people to understand, that there are town capital improvements and then there's project improvements. Project improvements are relatively easy to implement. There could be lane widenings and so forth. Some of these capital improvements that the project would be required to do are things that would actually benefit all of these area developments and therefore improve traffic flow and capacity. So I think that ultimately we're providing going above and beyond, or the specific plan would go above and beyond any sort of requirements. Dell Avenue would be required to mitigate, I'm not saying they would, but they would be required to mitigate their traffic impacts. Same as we would be required to mitigate our traffic impacts within the city of San Jose. So there is a push-pull here, but this is a hypothetical area plan. I think being on the defensive for a hypothetical area plan that may have 3 million square feet, it may have 1 million square feet, it may evaporate. We don't know what's going to happen here. I think it's a sort of a dangerous proposition.
Again, I'm going to, wouldn't it also be a dangerous proposition for the town to take a gamble on that?
Sure, I totally concur with you, but I do think that the city of Campbell does have responsibilities, and the town has a responsibility then to comment on that traffic study that's done for the city of Campbell and whether or not it's adequate. I mean, at this point, the North 40 has been in the queue for 20-something years. You have a Campbell Avenue area plan that's come out of the ground just recently, or this idea has come out of the ground just recently. I think that it would be advantageous to be collaborative with the other jurisdictions, but not make that prohibitive on what would be developed on the North 40. You have to have foresight, but you can't outright just halt everything.
Just to quickly add to that, just watching the history of the North 40 in particular and within the town boundaries, I mean, the North 40 was not going back 27 years, but at least the North 40 was contemplated in the 2010 general plan update. The traffic was contemplated in the general plan. There are projects that have come about since then that were not contemplated in the 2020 general plan. To be leapfrogged by projects for a project that did it the right way through a community process that took much longer. That's why CEQA provides some protections, like setting a baseline at the NOP. Had the specific plan moved forward when we thought we did, if the process wasn't flawed early on, we might not have had some of the other issues that we're dealing with. But this TIA was revised multiple times to accommodate projects that leapfrogged the North 40 specific plan. And at some point, it's got to stop, or you're never going to be able to move forward with this. And again, to reiterate, the town got as much of Dell Avenue as they could. It's someone's dream to do 3 million square feet. Whether or not it gets built or not, we don't know.
Councilmember Spector.
This will be my last one. What about the testimony you've heard about moving the housing on the specific plan north, as opposed to having it, more centered on the south part of the property?
Right. I said this in Planning Commission. I'm kind of reluctant to say it, but since Mr. Russell opened it up, a few years back, I said, if you want to just make this a pure planning exercise and not about school premiums and not about school impact, and take away kind of those issues and just make it a pure planning effort, then someone please move the school boundary to get the entire North 40 out of Los Gatos Unified School District. I raised that a couple years ago. I went to all 4 school districts. Again, not putting words in any of the board's mouths, just casual conversations, just talking, just outreach. It didn't go anywhere. I was told I had a snowball's chance in hell to move the school boundary. I loved hearing you say it. I wish we could do it, because it takes out all of these issues. It's a pure planning exercise for me. We do not control the frontage of Los Gatos Boulevard. There's a map back. So you have Mr. Hirschman, you have a gas station, you have Mr. Hirschman who built 3 wonderful buildings. You've got Boulevard Tavern and Ms. Rubino's property of Enterprise Rent-A-Car on the front of Los Gatos Boulevard on the south side. To be a successful retailer, you do not stick the retail behind that. And your 1999 draft specific plan actually states that as a policy, that you are not to put retail behind those uses. The retail belongs where it's visible, where we have control on Los Gatos Boulevard on the north end, as well as by the intersection of the 2 freeways. That's one, and that's from a retail perspective. The second is, and it was brought up by someone from Highland Oaks, you want to mirror on Lark Avenue that low density feel. You have a 30-foot setback in the specific plan that's going to be rows deep of trees. And then you have a 25-foot height limitation ban on Lark Avenue, which is less than anyone else can build that's already built on the boulevard. And so you want less intensity where the residential is. You want to continue, I've been given direction over the years, you want Los Gatos, you want it to look like Los Gatos just kind of flowed right into the North 40. Well, that's what's going on over there. It's residential, low density. Someone said it, you can't see it from Lark. And that's exactly what's set up in the specific plan. So that's 2 points. So we at one point in time thought residential should be spread. And we are actually covering a good chunk of the transition district with housing. But when you have intense uses, more intense uses that require servicing, like the retail, like the bigger boxes that we envision, you don't want to put, and maybe some entertainment. We're not talking a theater, but maybe a jazz club, maybe a comedy club, maybe a Lucky Strike. You want that kind of further away from the residential. So it's pure planning, but again, the talk of school impact, it looks like we're cherry picking. To get away from the cherry picking question, we said, let's get out of the school district. And it didn't go anywhere, but that's my take on kind of why the distribution of residential happened the way it did.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
Just a couple of questions. And this is for Ms. Baker. You rather quickly went through some height limitations, height maximums. I thought that had been mentioned by some of our public comment, the concerns with the various heights from 35 to 45 and then a 55 component with CUP, or the heights were indicated. Are you saying tonight that part of what's missing in the specific plan is a maximum height that could be revised within the plan that would be able to control that issue that's been raised?
Yeah, my understanding in watching the committee deliberate, and there was a lot of deliberation within that committee, is that they wanted to allow flexibility within the plan to have creative architectural design, maybe some mixed-use components in the transition district. And so setting a firm height limit, they really wanted to have the applicant propose that and have, then be up here and proposing it. Maybe it looks good, maybe it doesn't. But I can understand the concerns of the community, and we've talked about it as a development team. We understand the concerns of the community that there's no height limit whatsoever. And it doesn't really seem in keeping with the rest of Los Gatos that there's no height limit on this plan. So we were proposing, just as I think the specific plan had at one point contemplated, sort of an intensity of use in the lower parts of the plan, sort of going in towards the center of the plan, sort of tucked away. And I think that's something that would be very amenable to this development team. We're speaking on behalf of one development team, and there's other people and other property owners that are here. But it seems reasonable, and it seems in keeping with other things that we see in Los Gatos, such as the downtown.
Okay. Then just kind of to segue after that last piece, a lot of the positive comments made by members of our public at the Planning Commission and tonight indicated an interest in the development, an assumption that something will be developed, an interest in the development, and in some ways a commendation to your team as having brought this to this particular point in time as a specific plan. But I know there are a number of other property owners out there and the issue of piecemeal development has been surfaced. Would you comment to what you would do to allow us to have the level of confidence that piecemeal development would somehow be able to be integrated within a phased approach to developing out that entire process?
I can take a hack at it, and Don can add any of his experience over the course of the last 6 years. But the purpose of a specific plan is clearly to define parameters for every property owner to have to take into consideration, so that it looks as though one developer essentially built it, or it's complementary of each other. The one thing that having one larger property owner or developer is that you get a lot of the bones of that infrastructure in. I mean, I think that enabling these right-of-way improvements, just getting water off of the property is an enormous task. All of these things that would have to go in as a part of phase one makes it actually possible. Most of then the LARC and the transition district will actually be built out. You have remaining there the gas station, which will probably always be a gas station. And you have, I'm not sure if there's anything else there's Bill Hirschman and his properties, and he's already spoke about his thoughts on the specific plan. But what that does enable is for phase two to then naturally develop, because that infrastructure is in place. So it sort of unlocks that potential of phase two. So that's where you actually end up with the majority of the variety of property owners that haven't already developed. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
We can't force anyone to sell property to us. And by the way, Mr. Hirschman's in Hawaii, and he sent his warm regards. So we have spoken to property owners out there in an attempt to make it easier on our planning team to come up with a comprehensive plan, but we can't force everyone to sell. And so we've done as good of a job as we can on the south side. It's been, for the first time in a few years, the family's allowed me to tell folks about our contractual limitations related to what is shown as R on the screen, which is the part of the north side of the North 40 that the family controls. There are elderly family members who want to live out their lives on the family land, but Grosvenor does have control of the piece that's labeled R. We like to work collaboratively with the Yuki family, but in order to meet business cycles, in order to get the infrastructure in, as Wendy alluded to, there's going to be tens of millions of dollars spent just to get infrastructure in that benefits the entire North 40. We needed to start with something. And the family literally was counting the number of trees between their house and the boundary line that we negotiated to determine where that line was, to be able to preserve the quality of life that they're enjoying. But our vision for the North 40 doesn't stop with the phase one application that is in place. There's a lot of infrastructure that we have to put in that we need to get a return on, A, but B, it is a remarkable piece of property in Los Gatos that one would not just walk away from. And we do have a plan, if the North 40 specific plan is adopted as it is, that would follow on to the phase one application that we have, and it would follow on in a very cohesive way. We have two visions for the north side. One, if we are able to control property, and we know now that there's another developer who controls the rest of the property, or the bulk of the rest of the property up there. Or two, if we do control that, and infrastructure and improvements require developers and property owners to work together, because I'd be interested if that developer goes first, I guess we're tapping into their infrastructure that they're going to build for us, and that would not be a bad thing for us, but we do have to coordinate. So I think that's why the specific plan issue came about after the hiatus in the mid-2000s when property started to develop in a piecemeal manner. As we put the brakes on, the town put the brakes on and said we need to plan this out, but you can't control who sells or buys property, and you can't control when that property is available for development, but this plan ties us all together.
Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are not specific so much as a couple areas that I'm just interested in your response to what we've heard tonight. One is regarding the senior housing. As you know, I've been a big proponent of having as much senior housing out there as possible. And when I say senior housing, I'm talking about 62 up, restricted, not
Right.
55 with children, like our manager over there. But currently you only have 60 units that would fall into that definition of senior, and then that you're going to be proposing, and then some others that would be appealing to senior according to your marketing folks. How would you respond? How does it change the dynamic for what you are envisioning so far for the area that your proposal is going to be coming along, if the amount of senior housing was increased? And I'm talking about combination of market rate and affordable, because we need both.
Yeah. No one asked us and no one told us we had to do senior affordable housing at a low income proposal. We proposed to work with Eden Housing because Linda Mandolini is a great partner to work with, and we believe in truly a mix of incomes is important to be a sustainable neighborhood. So this proposal that we put forth was not generated by any requirements. We propose to satisfy the BMP requirements. But as the Housing Element Advisory Board found out over the last few months, it is the only way you're going to get to the low income category is by what our team had proposed. And it's a delicate balance. As Linda said, it's really difficult to get that affordability. You have to mix it with the market rate housing. You typically have to put it kind of on a podium so you can share parking and things like that. How does it change? You know, I think so those are age restricted. No one asked us to do that. Those are candidate to be age restricted. And I've said this to some folks, you know, the way that the move down buyer, the retiree is living now is different from the Sun City days and the Del Webb days out in golf course communities. What's gotten to be really exciting, and maybe we started from a very defensive position, and it's really difficult to say this for Fair Housing Act issues, but we designed towards unmet needs, right? We designed towards millennials and empty nesters. And the interesting thing is they want to live together. They want to be around, empty nesters want to be around kind of the millennials. The millennials want to hang out in the same places that the empty nesters are, the restaurants, the wine bars, the cafes. You're seeing empty nesters move downtown. I think it changes the flavor of maybe that middle building where we have not age restricted but totally designed to an empty nester. And that empty nester could, I don't know, it could be available to somebody who's 45 years old. But I think it changes the dynamic and the vibrancy of it. I think that there's a lot of examples of senior retirement communities in the Bay Area that, you know, Classic Hyatt's a different one in Palo Alto. It's a totally different game, but, you know, there are other examples of where you go totally senior where it doesn't have that vibrancy. And I think the future-looking Los Gatos is more in line with a mix of incomes and a mix of product types. Sorry, I don't think I answered that question.
No, that's fine. Then, so I have two more. The next one's is the school issue, and so putting aside whether legally we can require a school be built there, that's a whole different thing. But if you are legally required or strongly urged to put a school in, how would that change your proposal for the units, the non move down housing at the south end? Would you reconsider how you would be moving forward on that?
I think the most important thing to note about siting a school on what's conceived to be the North 40 is that you're really not dealing with 40 acres. The school has to be sited on the side of Los Gatos, of the Los Gatos side of the school boundary, and the school boundary tends to run right down the middle of the North 40, and staff put a great exhibit together that's in your report. So where the shaded pink line is kind of the area that you could put a school. And then furthermore, through state requirements, you have to be 500 feet from a freeway. So the dotted line becomes, and the pink within the dotted line on Los Gatos Boulevard becomes where you could potentially site a school if you were going to site a school. And if you go down the property ownership along Los Gatos Boulevard, you have the gas station, you have Mrs. L, you have they're commonly referred to as the Hirschman buildings, but he no longer owns them. They're kind of minimized. 3 modern buildings that will not come down. You have Boulevard Tavern, and you have Enterprise Rent-A-Car. So the school will be sited somewhere there. Now, we are currently under contract with Boulevard Tavern and Enterprise Rent-A-Car. So theoretically, physically, a school could be sited, but that is exactly where it would have to go. And then you have the weird dynamic, as Mr. Russell pointed out, of a school district boundary literally right where the school is located. So Johnny, who lives across the street, can throw a football to the school but can't go to the school, and that school's going to be better than the school he goes to. So there's a socioeconomic issue. I know people think we can get through that. I think it's a... So there are some dynamics that need to be considered when talking about siting a school in the North 40, and we're open-minded. I think we've proven ourselves to listen to problems and try to come up with solutions as much as we can. The product type is interesting, and I think someone mentioned it on the council. If you put a school on the site, it would seem to me that you would want, and I think Mr. Timo brought it up, and this is the neighborhood I live in. If you have a school in the neighborhood and its amenity, you kind of want it to be family-oriented, not millennial or empty nester oriented. It kind of goes against the vision statement and the guiding principles and all the work that advisory committee has done over 4 years worth of work. These are not the cues that we are getting. Can it work? Probably, but does it meet the unmet needs that we laid out? I don't know. And I think that just causes potentially some more delay because we're throwing out 4 years of work potentially, and that's dangerous for me as a developer because I have some timing concerns. But answering your question truthfully, you can physically do it, I believe, but there's some challenges there that people should be aware of.
And then my last question might be easier to answer.
Mhm.
I'm switching over to retail now. We've had a lot of comments about retail, and I was curious from your experience in retail, if by having a 50,000 square foot limit at one end, are we eliminating any possibilities of a 60 or 75,000 type store that we really need in town? I don't know this stuff. And then on the other end, if we're at the 3,000 and you talked about a 10% limit that would be a workable, does that really give enough to work with for the neighborhood serving businesses that are envisioned for the north end of town?
On the upper limits, yeah, potentially, and part of the issue that we're dealing with, and we struggled with it for 2, 3, 4 years on the advisory committee, during the advisory committee process, is kind of the phasing issue that we talked about, and our ability to put some plans together that had real retailers or real boxes kind of in the mix. We're kind of getting skewered on not having enough detail. And so that's one thing, and it's hard to get at it at a specific plan level is what I've come to the conclusion on. And maybe, as Mr. Hutt has pointed out, maybe some of those analyses, the economic analyses, needs to be punted towards an application. And I hate to lose certainty at the specific plan and punt something down the road, but that's one example of maybe that's where we have to do it. So we're dealing with some ambiguity from a timing perspective and what we can put together, but we're also dealing with one of the most dynamic asset classes in real estate in terms of retail. It's changing so fast. So to answer your question on the upper end, 65 to 75,000 square feet used to mean to me a Whole Foods and a Safeway used to be in that category and still are to a certain extent. A 65,000 square foot Safeway or Whole Foods is kind of prototypical in a suburban context. It also probably takes out the department stores, which I don't think we want to do, kind of given where the advisory committee went. What we suggested was, not knowing what the future retail would look like 5 years from now or 10 years from now, potentially a CUP at the 50,000 foot and above, just in case maybe a Target comes down. Maybe it goes the other way, and some of these other users come down, and that is a trend that's happening. And I'm not sure we want Target or not, but it's been discussed. And maybe they leave their 130,000 square foot box, and they miraculously in 5 or 10 years come down to 50,000 square feet. I think the specific plan should allow that flexibility to have a developer at that time or applicant at that time to propose that if that's something the town wants. The 10% limit on 3,000 square feet is problematic, and I saw in the staff report that every tenant in the market hall concept would be considered a tenant. If you do that, and you're talking about multiple tenants in a market hall in really small square feet, you're probably going to have difficulty with the limit that we're talking about. When we put our plans together, we did look at that, and Ed and Larry and I and other folks have had conversations about where that limit should be. It started at 10. Maybe I heard 5 today. I've always been at 3. I think we can make it work with the caveat that the individual tenants within Market Hall can't be considered individual tenants. It has to be considered. It's a 15 to 20,000 square foot Market Hall. That has to be considered one operator, just like a small Trader Joe's would be considered as one operator.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Traffic. Just about everyone who spoke, even if they spoke about schools, talked about traffic. We know that the EIR found significant unavoidable impacts that would require us to make a statement of overriding considerations. But let's put the EIR jargon aside. Everybody's concerned about traffic. Traffic is going to increase. Why should we approve this plan in spite of that?
If you again, I'm going back to my 3 minutes or 4 minutes. You go back to the history of where the specific plan or the vision for the North 40 was. You know, at one point in time under the commercial highway zoning, I came up with math that put the square footage for commercial around over 1 million square feet. In today's EIR environment, I don't think that works. I'm going to get to the point, Councilwoman. In this miraculous way, the advisory committee, in 4 years of working on it, found a way to juggle 15 different balls up in the air and keep them all floating up in the air. And it balanced competing interests. And so when you look at the land uses, residential is the least impactful from a traffic perspective. The worst offender is office. And I think that the plan with private property rights kind of in mind and how to finance this and how to implement this as potentially a backdrop did a great job in balancing those land uses. If you add more office on there, and I think the analysis will find this, you're going to have trouble from an ER perspective. That's one thing. I think the second thing is, and there's an elegant solution potentially, and Mr. Gardino alluded to it. The challenge for us is not, and someone mentioned it, and I believe it, it's not why, we're going to widen lanes, we're going to do all those improvements, don't get me wrong. But ultimately the challenge is getting cars off the streets. And the mayor put together a nice round table discussion of just stakeholders who are involved in traffic, and some really good conversations came out of it. Some things were organic and very simple, like not having every upperclassman be able to drive to Los Gatos High, or changing the bells in terms of staging them. But some really big potential traffic conversations that gets cars off the street came up, and we're not guaranteeing them. But being in a unique position of having conversations with multiple people has put us in a place where we could have a conversation potentially about school buses based on the Danville program, which would get 2,000 to 3,000 cars off the street. Why? It's because you created a balance. Why? Because you have a developer who is presented with problems, and we think about those problems and come to the game with a potential solution. I think it's been proven time and time again. Can we solve every problem? No. Are we going to agree on everything with everyone in this room? No, but I think everyone in this room who we've touched will tell you we've come up with thoughtful solutions to every problem that's been presented to us.
Mr. Capobres, I'll call on myself. You were just discussing the possibility of a school site. What is the combined acreage of those two parcels that you have under control? You mentioned the Boulevard Tavern and the Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
In 6 years, my eyesight has totally been shot. Mr. Mayor, that would be 28,000 square feet and 39,000 square feet. So just under 2. What's that?
2 acres. So you said it may be feasible, and I'm not, advocating one position or the other, but I'm basing this on the testimony we heard this evening from many people to incorporate a school site. And there was mention of a public-private partnership by the superintendent. Is that something that you would be willing to enter into discussions with the schools to see if you could work something out?
Someone mentioned that we haven't been talking to the schools in the 6 years that I've been involved in the project, and couldn't be further from the truth. We've been talking to the schools for this entire time, and we're willing to talk to the schools as we implement the program. Donating 2 acres or 3 acres of land, I don't see a nexus here, especially if we're having to build away from family-oriented housing. I don't see the nexus there, especially when there was already a bond measure that was supposedly taking care of kind of the impacts of the North 40. I don't see the nexus there. Again, I think it changes the vision for the site. I think you end up with a single-family detached residential neighborhood with a school around it. Does that work? Probably. Does it work for this developer? Probably not, because I'm going to run out of time, and it'll require, I imagine, going back to the advisory committee and rehashing all this information, because that is not what came out of the advisory committee process. So I want to be open with it, Mr. Mayor. I want to say there's potential solutions there, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time to work those out personally. If that's where the town wanted to go with this, that's a total departure from the history that I read, and it'd be kind of a shame for us to have lost out on that opportunity, because that did not get brought up years ago.
So going back to the school impact numbers that were brought up earlier in the evening, your project was based on some earlier numbers that are now found to be much higher on actual data that was presented. How do you respond to that? I mean,
I'll go ahead.
I mean, it's great to get those data points, actually. We were excited to have some data points to be able to talk about, rather than a rather ambiguous number of students that could be projected. Like I said in my presentation, I think that those numbers are based off a very different product. And so you do have sort of this push-pull of what's been established after years of working in the specific plan, versus these newer developments, which are not targeted. They're not elevator, served units. They have yards as small as they may be. They're large. So it's just a very different product. So as far as, I'm glad we have something to talk about instead of it just being very ambiguous. But I do think that there's always two sides to every story.
I alluded to the general plan in 2010. I wanted to avoid this situation, and I say but we all wanted to. Staff at Town of Los Gatos, I think the school districts, all school districts at the time, until there was agreement, we're all going to share the same demographic report. And I remember, because we were asked to fund part of it, and I remember the first report came out, and one school district liked it, the other school district didn't. I don't remember, but there was a disagreement on the, and so we had to redo it, and we had to augment it. And ultimately, the general plan generation numbers, I think, had consensus amongst all parties. And I don't remember offhand what those numbers look like, but there was a big effort to try to get to the product types that were contemplated on the North 40 to get there. Again, Wendy's right. It's good to have these numbers. we can't tell you what the generation number is. That's not our business. We don't run schools, but so it's good to have that information, you know, from the district. But you know, from a there's a CEQA SB 50 perspective. There's all that in terms of nexus. But again, we want to work with the school districts. We want to find solutions. We want to work together. There appears to be some capacity at Lexington. We don't want to make Lexington look like the dumping grounds. It's a phenomenal opportunity for kids. We're, as Wendy had mentioned, we're willing, and this was the talk when Lexington was being debated, hotly debated, in standing room only school meetings. People say, ooh, they're going to make all the North 40 kids go to Lexington. And we said, that's fine with us. But now we can't talk about that because they need to market Lexington as this great facility that it is. But there's capacity there. It was upzoned. So the issue is transportation. And again, that's where the school bus issue becomes a really interesting concept. So, you know, we control the property now. Miss Robinos owns that property. If Grosvenor were to go away and she wanted to do something with it, I don't know what happens to the school issue at that point in time. We're willing to be open-minded, but it has to happen in a time frame that makes sense for us, not because we're holding a gun to the town's head, but we've participated in this process for 6 years. And this is really the first time it's come to the forefront about changing the entire vision of the North 40 to accommodate a school.
So I have a couple more questions. One is about the ownership. Say you put in all these housing units and they all sell. Who still owns the land underneath? Who still owns the common areas, the park, the dog park, the paseos, and all those things? Is that Grosvenor property? Is that Summerhill property? Who?
Under the Eden housing portion and the retail portion would remain under the ownership that we would develop it with. Obviously, the condominiums, the units that Summerhill would sell would be sold. There's no intention, I think no desire for the town to accept the open space. So that would remain under the ownership of HOAs, as are the community gardens and everything else that we have envisioned. But we're a 300-plus-year-old company. We build for portfolio. We've owned property in Los Gatos for years and years now. We would continue to own the retail portion of that. And Eden has a rental program contemplated, not for sale. So that would be remain under Eden Housing's control.
So the future portion of the property, the phase, I suppose it would be the phase 2 that currently the Yukis wish to maintain ownership of. The commercial district, that would be potentially owned by Grosvenor someday?
Yes,
in your portfolio?
That's right.
And all of the proposed senior housing would be individually owned, and all the commercial would be rented out? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the streets going in there.
The way the market's changing now with higher-end condominiums, we might look at a higher-end rental situation, so I don't want to get boxed in to a particular tenure on the move down program. We'll make that decision kind of when the time comes, but yeah.
So the streets currently that roll through there, Nodden Avenue, Bennett Way, those streets will become part of the ownership of Grosvenor? Is that the idea?
No. Those are privately held. There's some easements on there. Bennett Way in particular has some access that needs to be maintained for the former Hirschman buildings.
They're typically in a development of this size and with this many complexities. We're not talking about our development application, but just implementation in general of this sort of plan. You'd probably have a master HOA who would own and manage and maintain those streets, so there'd be no burden, for example, on the town. And then you'd have sub-HOAs that would take care of their individual landscaping, say Paseo landscaping, that sort of thing. The idea also would be those open spaces. I think the specific plan always contemplated sort of breaking up these open spaces rather than what's currently being contemplated if a school were considered on this site, which is sort of clustering all of that open space into one area, with the idea that you get more green in various areas. Maybe you can have smaller cluster areas, kind of, again, designing away designing to unmet needs. And all that open space would be publicly accessible, as would the streets, but just it would be under an HOA ownership and maintenance agreement with those homeowners, and they would pay the cost of that.
Okay, thank you for that. More questions? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. I know we're running out of steam here, but hopefully we'll be able to end this public hearing tonight. It came up several times, was in my mind also. When you come south on 17 and you're looking to the east side, right now, this island of green, the Yuki property is part of it. And so what you see is green there. And I understand that there are buildings in there, but what you see is green. Do you have any thoughts about how that perception of green can be maintained? Or is the building that the specific plan contemplates going to eliminate the trees and build the buildings to such an extent that we will not have that island of green?
So there's certain buffers that are required, obviously, that just naturally maintain that green. There's the setbacks along Lark and Los Gatos, but you're specifically talking about the views from 17. So along Highway 17, there's both what's within the Caltrans right-of-way, which has some minimal trees there. And we've actually talked with Caltrans about trying to spruce that up a little bit, no pun intended. And then also there's a buffer of trees that would be on the opposite side, the project side of the sound wall. And that's both intended for pollution control, to quite honestly to help sort of screen some of that noise. It helps screen the noise in addition to the sound wall. And also provides that green. It provides a softer edge. So there is, and then there's obviously the open space within the plan where there'd be lots of potential trees. There's a whole tree palette list in the specific plan that you could consider. So there's right adjacent on the other side of that sound wall that's considered a buffer area where you would put trees. So I don't think it completely eliminates the opportunity for open space and greenery and trees on that plan. To the contrary, there'd still be 30% or more of, that's a base, where there's opportunity for trees to be planted. Does that answer your question, or?
It answers my question. Does it address my concern? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Councilmember Brzezinski.
We're nearing the witching hour here, and I know we have to move on. A couple of comments about the whole question of the impacts on our commercial centers, not only the downtown Central Business District, but also the other centers that the Planning Commission asked us to address. I know that when we looked at this in the advisory committee, we looked at it from the point of view of square footages, and what would be the square footages, because we don't have a specific product that we're delivering, a specific tenant that we're considering. And you mentioned, I believe in your summary, that it's possible to study the impacts of a development within the application process and the impacts that development would have, that would be a specific tenant or a specific series of tenants, in relationship to the downtown, the Central Business District, and the other commercial districts. Would you kind of walk me through how that could actually happen, where at that moment in time we would be able to have an analysis that would allow us to make sure that we are protecting those other assets that I've determined we are going to protect?
Yeah. I don't know if Matthew's here or not. I generally agree with Matthew's assessment that the type of firm, Bay Area Economics in this case, who did the urban decay analysis, if you hired yet another consultant at this level of specificity or lack of it, you're probably not going to, we're just scrambling to do this analysis, and what's lacking is the detail. And in the retail business, unlike residential, where it's pretty intuitive, you kind of, and we've done really good jobs of designing custom type residential product, but retail is about tenants. And the problem we have from a timing perspective is not being able to go out to tenants and specifically line them up for the North 40. And I've been thinking about this for a couple of years, listening to Matthew on the advisory committee talk about this economic analysis. But at the time of an application, an applicant will have kind of an idea of the center that he or she wants to develop. You'll have, and it typically starts with the anchors, and you'll have an idea of who those anchors are, and you might even have names, and then you'll have an idea of how that fills in, how the rest of the boxes fit in. Retail is very formulaic. It's turned into this whole discussion on boxes and square feet and rent per square foot. And it's precisely why when you drive down El Camino or any of the major retail corridors, that every center looks alike. When you see a Safeway, you expect to see a pharmacy. When you see when it used to be Best Buy, you see linens and things. They tend to kind of go together. And that's where the prototypes, the prototypical centers that we had in the advisory committee discussion were so helpful. But it's at that time when the applicant comes in and you have a proposal with actual tenants or at least the box sizes where you can have the discussion with the folks from downtown, or you can have discussion, maybe it's through the economic vitality manager, about what it looks like vis-a-vis the Boulevard. We own property on the Boulevard. And so that's why dropping from 400,000 square feet to maybe 200,000 square feet, all of a sudden, maybe I'm not competing with downtown, but I'm right in the middle of competing with what's on the Boulevard. And so it's when you have the plan in front of you where you can start to say, what's the impact of this style of retail development compared to the rest of the retail nodes? It's the lack of detail that we don't have right now that's hurting us, and we don't have that level of detail in a specific plan context that is ambiguous to begin with. And so this retailer, it might not be every retailer, but this retailer, because of how we are, we're willing to talk to a focus group, and we're willing to talk. You don't have an official merchants association here, but we're willing to talk to folks when we have the proposal in place. And we can do it with phase one and have that conversation about how Market Hall might impact downtown, because we have the specifics there and we have the boxes kind of laid out. So that's where it becomes easier to have a detailed economic, some type of review versus now.
If I could follow up then. So what I hear you proposing is the possibility of our developing a standing focus group to deal with
slippery ground, council member, slippery ground. As a developer who likes to talk to people, and as a developer who likes to have conversations in the community to learn more about the community and what the impacts might be, I don't have a problem with it. I have colleagues who kick me every time I say that, but I don't have a problem with it. We do it anyway. And I think it's the only way to get there, to be honest. And I don't know how to formalize that in an application process, but we can figure that out. Okay. But it's not until you have the details because every one of these reports are going to look exactly the same. BAE is not wrong. This data they have is the same data, no offense to BAE, but the same data that EPS is going to get or anybody else. And so that's the problem. At this level, we don't have the detail, and we're kind of dealing with macro level issues. When we get down to the specifics, like if I were proposing what we own now on the Boulevard, Los Gatos Village Square, you would know what the impact is on downtown because you'd see the picture, at least of what the boxes look like. You know, it's a Trader Joe's with this and that, and we'd be able to ferret it out. So,
okay, thank you.
I have another question for you. Going back to the infrastructure improvements, the drainage, the sewage, the water supply, the power, and all that stuff, is it your intention to do all that for just the phase one part or the whole project, the phase one, phase two project?
It's
right from the beginning.
We're going to have to do almost all of it at the beginning. And I'll give you an example. And Chris Reagan, who's a civil engineer in the room, it's taken him years for me to get this to sink in because I'm not that smart. But we have offsite. We do know that, and stormwater has been the biggest traffic downtown schools, for sure, the biggest political issues. But the biggest physical problem we have is stormwater. And there's more engineers who have looked at this issue on the North 40 than any project I've ever worked on. And so the exact example for sewer, I'll start with sewer, is that we have an offsite capacity issue. The pipes aren't big enough to handle kind of the sewer capacity, right, Chris? Right. So instead of just sizing it for phase one, Why would we do that? We're going to go in and size it for the full North 40 all at once. It just makes no sense not to do it, especially with our desire to move forward with phase 2. You take that sewer example and it goes to the water pressure issue, it goes to stormwater issues, it goes to almost every issue. The only thing, and we're going to front load a lot of the traffic improvements as well, but some of that north end, kind of real specific, like Burton Road traffic improvements is the only thing I think that we're not front loading.
Right.
If I misspoke. But.
Well, for one thing, we don't control Burton Road, but the Burton Road, until you need access into that portion of phase 2, there would be no need for just putting a road in at Burton Road. But the majority, the LARC, Los Gatos Boulevard, on-ramp improvements, all of that would go in as a part of phase 1. We wouldn't propose to suddenly tear things back out again and put another turn lane in later on. Wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah. So it is one of the issues, people ask us about cherry picking, and again, we're not going to leave that on the table. And to the issue of overhead lines, there's a lot of that conversation, especially with the Highland Oaks folks. Our intent is to underground everything. It's a modern neighborhood. We're not going to kind of leave it the way it was in the 40s or 50s. So.
There was a number of people that spoke to connectivity to the Creek Trail and the potential of an overpass from the open space area over to the Los Gatos Creek Trail over Highway 17. Is that a feasible objective?
I'm going to give the credit to the community group that we met with at Charter Oaks. They challenged us with finding that connection. It was kind of the missing link that we had. We were a bit embarrassed that we couldn't make that link, but to be honest, that's Caltrans land, and we didn't know we can get anywhere with Caltrans, so we wanted to manage expectations there. But again, it's not, and staff might have taken some heat here because this solution was kind of found from the development standpoint. We are in a unique position to be talking to so many different people that typically don't connect the dots. And through that, and my partner Wendy actually runs this, and we challenge the design team to go out there and find out if there is a potential solution without cantilevering the bridge, without widening the bridge, just get the bike lanes through, make the connection to Los Gatos Creek Trail. From a conceptual standpoint, our team said, you know what, we think we can do it, but Caltrans is going to have to play ball, and they're going to have to get flexible with their standards. So we worked in various ways to try to get a conversation going with Caltrans, enlisting the help of VTA, the Bicycle Coalition, who's been really great to work with, giving us tips, working with community members who use that, LARC to get to Los Gatos Creek Trail. And we're at a point where we can safely say, regardless of whether or not we move forward or not, the town can actually, we can get this done. You can make that connection over LARC. It's done by slimming down travel lanes. It's done by modifying the median a bit. But there is precedence where Caltrans has done this in the past, and we're really proud of that. And that happened in a very short time frame. And again, giving the credit to a community group who really called us out on that issue. But we were happy with kind of where we've ended up. I don't know that we're 100% done yet, but.
And if I can just elaborate, I think there's two things that were discussed tonight. One is connectivity and getting connectivity in across the existing overpass, which we were able to successfully navigate with Caltrans and with talking to town engineering staff and so forth. The other, what was initially brought up, I believe, was a pedestrian bridge overcrossing. That was brought up as a part of Planning Commission meetings, which you just alluded to. And that just becomes, it's a very costly endeavor, for one thing. There's also another bridge that's just about 3/4 of a mile down. So getting all that agencies, public funding, all this stuff to happen, when there's another bridge that's just 3/4 of a mile down that actually links the northernmost end of the North 40, we actually were able to find something within existing conditions that could, again, even if Grosvenor or Summerhill, we go away, there's a way for the town to implement this at a reasonable cost. Not saying the town would have to, but I'm just saying that there's a solution out there that's a little bit more feasible and reasonable than another pedestrian overcrossing.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions? All right. I guess we'll close the public hearing. And we'll move on to council discussion. It's 20 to 12. Do we need a motion to continue?
There is a motion required to continue past midnight.
Okay. Well, I'll take a poll. Councilmember McNutt.
I'm happy to make that motion. I think the only thing we've heard consistent tonight is this is a big decision, so it would be irresponsible to try to continue talking tonight when my brain's dead.
So would you like to continue to midnight, or just, this seems like a good breaking point right now.
No, continue to some other week.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Never mind.
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Yes, it would be advantageous for noticing purposes to continue to a time certain meeting. I believe the Vice Mayor was just going to raise that as well.
All right. Well, if I had my preference, I would like to pick up on September 16th, our next meeting, where this discussion has ended this evening. Because I feel like if we leave it to another date, we might forget a lot or lose some momentum. And I tried to get everybody to speak this evening, and I gave them plenty of time to speak, and we want to be able to have all their comments in our minds as freshly as possible.
So, Mr. Mayor, a motion to close the meeting and to continue, or to close the public hearing and to continue this matter to September 16th council meeting would be appropriate.
Okay. Councilmember Spector.
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?
Oh.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming and speaking this evening and staying late with us. We really appreciate your comments. This meeting is adjourned.